Damn, sooner or later, I'm gonna have a goddamn pretty eye me take them.
Damn, chick, you doing another song for pretty eye?
I can't deny her though. She's my bestie. She's my bestie. That's my bestie. Your para eyes had me paralyzed. Toxic nigga, but you made me to a better guy. Smoke, but with you on forever, ever high. Can watch you all day, girl, like you televised. It's like this nigga, they ain't never lied. I lived the beaches alone, I had to pick a side. Look in your eyes, girl, you were hypnotized. Of course, it was your breasts, hips, and them damn thighs. Close my eyes, I'm still mesmerized. Trying to get mad at my bestie, I tried. That's my bestie, my pretty.
I heard she's the one, she's got it going on. That's my pretty eyes, baby. Yeah, yeah. She don't take no mess. My bestie is the best. That's my pretty eyes, baby. Yeah, yeah. I heard she's the one, she's got it going on. That's my pretty eyes, baby.
Hey, what's up? So I'm getting ready to watch the LORIVALLOWDAYBELL trial. She is accused of conspiracy to unalive her ex-husband through her brother. He claimed it was self-defense. And yeah, once they found her children buried in Chad Daybell's yard, they thought something else was going on. Her brother is no longer here. He's like the rest of them. So he possibly was taken out as well. But there's no proof of that. So anyways, we're going to get started. It's already like they're already halfway in this thing. And yeah. So let me start. We're just waiting for them to come on. The minute they come on, I mean, they've already started. Like the court feeds and everything else, they said that we're going to be delayed. And I don't know if it's being delayed because in case, she gets out of sorts and have to taser. I don't get it, but hey, whatever. So yeah, we're along with the courts. We're waiting. So I hope anybody that's watching this, just, come chat with me, whatever. Do whatever, hit the like, share the live, comment, all that good stuff. Subscribe if you haven't. And it's not me. We're waiting on them. It's not me. We're waiting on them. As soon as they start, we'll be ready. We'll be ready, baby. I hope everybody's having a blessed day. Yeah, this is pretty crazy. She's also got another trial coming up for a conspiracy to commit attempted unaliving on her nephew-in-law. I believe that's her nephew-in-law. Her niece's ex-husband. There was a couple attempts on his life. So yeah, this should be great fun. Great fun. She is representing herself. She decided that she couldn't have a speedy trial if she had counsel, so she decided to forego it herself and And she felt like you guys had this for 5 years. Let's get the ball rolling. Like she's holding the state's feet to the fire, you know? Like, hey, you say this happened, prove it now. I don't know what the holdup was. She's already doing life in prison without the possibility of parole for the deaths of her two kids and her husband's ex-wife, or wife at the time. Let's put it that way. So, and this happened before the deaths of her children, and then the death of his ex-wife. He got the death penalty. She did not, because of some technicalities with the speedy trial stuff. So that was off the table. I don't know why they
I'm going to ask the state to approach and take a look at a letter from Juror 3's employer and pass it to the defendant.
I don't know, and I don't know, I really don't know. I don't know. I forgot my train of thought. Anyways, oh yeah, I don't know why she wants a speedy trial, because she is still doing life in prison. I don't know, you know, what would be the wait. You know, what's with the wait. But she's on an appeal, I guess, with her murder conviction. So maybe she thinks it's going to get overturned, which I don't know. I don't know, because we didn't get very much of that trial. Like, I didn't watch very much of that trial.
Go ahead and just give it to my
for some weird reason. I can't remember why I didn't watch that trial, but I didn't watch that one.
Juror 3 also called my staff last week after the jury was selected, and the impression I got is Juror 3 doesn't have a problem with jury service. Juror 3's employer has a problem with jury service.
Well, employers aren't supposed to have a problem with that. Like, it's your civic duty. Like, employers are not supposed to have, unless they work for a private company, but still, like, that's weird. Where the heck did my other drink go? You're on it. But we shall see. Doom, 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 doom. Come on already. I wonder if this would let me change in the middle of it. That's all right. Screw it. But out of curiosity. Curiosity killed the cat.
Because we're getting a little bit later start, I'll keep Juror 3 out into the lunch hour individually about whether it's really him versus his employer, and offer to write a letter if he needs one to his employer about the requirements of jury service, and just sort of feel out that situation a little further, but we'll keep them on for right now. Please silence all phones. As I said, we are still missing one juror. As soon as those jurors all get here, we will proceed into the opening statements.
Judge, I did email the court staff about an individual, Brandon Boudreau, who would like to be present. He's in the courtroom currently. He has been noticed by the defendant back on March 6th as a potential witness. He has not been subpoenaed to date. He is here and would like to be present in the courtroom for the trial. I think that the court has previously allowed another witness that the defendant had also listed, reporter Nate Eaton, to be in this courtroom.
That is, well, that's crazy. That's, let me put that right there. That's kind of crazy because, Brandon Boudreau is the one person that is she's got a trial coming up for attempted murder, and she wants to put him on the witness stand. Why? For what? For what, lady? For what? Oh, and we're like, I don't know. Anyways, okay, that's weird.
All right, let me hear from the defendant.
Your Honor, our subpoenas were with OPDS, so I do not have any. We're looking for some confirmation from when those went out.
Let's go. You're in that room, huh?
Is this a witness that is, first of all, have relevant?
Then you shouldn't be
information and likely
typing.
to be called as a witness.
Yes.
What's the relevant information?
Or did they allow you to have? No, I thought
Um,
they don't allow you to have stuff in
There's
the
several
courtroom.
things, but
You sneaky person.
he will be called to talk about things that he was involved with my husband during that time.
Well, has the state interviewed this witness
See the guy with the white shirt? Let me look.
or potential witness?
Well,
Not
you don't
with
show
regards
me
to-
no. Are you trolling me right now?
He will be called to talk about things.
They're not showing
Things.
anybody in
So
the
I'd like a little
audience.
more information as to what the relevance
They're
is
being
of this
very, very
witness.
rude.
He has to have relevant information, which, as I've said, is testimony that makes a fact more likely or less likely that's an issue in the case. So what fact would you testify about that make it more likely or less likely? Can you give me some sort of specific information that
The
you would
audience.
expect him to testify to?
Well, okay.
Your
I'm the
Honor,
gallery. My bad.
his,
The gallery.
Communications with my husband up to
Well,
the
she
date
thinks
of
she's
his, of
behind
this
her
incident.
on the old sack. You're the old sack.
What would those communications be?
I don't see nobody behind
And how are
her.
they not hearsay?
Maybe they'll pan
They're
over.
his
Hold on.
communications.
Uno
And that's
momento,
how
por
they're not
favor.
hearsay.
Okay, and what type of communications?
Phone calls, text messages.
I meant what substance? Can you give me some idea of the relevant information?
Oh,
that he
this
would
is gonna be a
provide
shit
to the jury
show.
that would help them make a
This is
decision?
gonna be wild. Oh shit.
Without giving away my entire defense.
Well, we don't just get to call witnesses that
Yeah, you just don't. Yeah, that's weird, Lori.
are going to testify about, we talked about the weather that day, you know, so you do need to give me some sort of information about what his anticipated testimony would be.
I don't think you want him on the stand.
Well, his relevance in coming that day to do
I'm
an
sorry.
intervention on me.
Oh wait,
The
that's
family.
you. That's you in the
Is
white
this
shirt
witness,
right
Mr.
there.
Boudreau, is in the
Is
courtroom?
that you?
Yes, he is, Your Honor.
You
Right.
drink water. So that's you right there in the chair right behind her.
All right, let's go on sidebar.
Are you on her team? Well, let's go. I told you I drink water. That's great. Are you on her side? I mean, okay. Are you part of the court? Yes, I see. Are you part of the court, or are you just there to be a spectator? Oh, this is gonna be crazy. Who is that lady? Her other attorney or something? Hey, Sev. Yeah, I know a lot about Salt Lake. She thinks everything's everybody else's fault, not hers. Yeah, I live like well, depending on where in Salt Lake you are. Like I live right by Salt Lake. I like Murray a lot. Murray, Mill Creek, Murray. So I'll have to message your wife and let her know what areas. Just don't move to Midvale or Ogden. That's what I'm going to tell you right now. Don't move to Midvale or Ogden, and you'll be good. You'll be good. But yeah, I'll tell her. I'll send her messages. Oh, I'm so excited to see you. Yes, let's go. Oh, we'll get to hang out for games, maybe. That'll be awesome. Where are we on recess already? That's awesome. I think you'll like it here. I really do. Like it may not be Denver, but I think you'll like it here. For real. And with her best friend living here, I mean, you've been out here, right? You'll like it here. There's a lot of other jobs here too, Seth. Just letting you know, man. Like, so, and maybe she could do her cleaning business and stuff like that. So, yeah, that'll be awesome. That'll be so awesome. Oh, come on. I don't want to sit here forever. Do, 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 do. I wish I had like music or something. Like, I don't know. That's maybe what I should play since I'm bored. I mean, let's see. Yes. Care about that. Don't care about that. Oh, now I got to get a different content disclaimer, huh? Let me see. Will that work? Oh, yes, it works. Yes. I didn't think it would. That's amazing. Anyway, hey, I don't want to see that. Thanks. Probably the only ones that don't do it is the other. I'll play this with her. Are you gonna play? Play. Play, sir, play. There we go. Hey, West Sider Rider, don't you start. I don't need tomato on my face already. It's too early for all that. I don't need a tomato face. But you could throw tomato face at this lady that's on trial right now. You can throw tomatoes on her face instead. Come on, lady. I mean, come on, Judge. Let's get this with the rope. All this hoopla and stuff about having her alleged victim on her side to testify. That's crazy. That's just crazy. Anytime now. So they're just waiting on one more juror. As soon as the other juror's there, then they're gonna get started with opening statements. I think she's gonna be a little crazy because man, this is she's not a professional lawyer. That'd be like me representing her. We definitely lose. Hey, Ivo. How are you? Oh, come on. How am I full? Wow. The disrespect. I'm good. How are you? I'm good. How are you? Fool. Who are you talking to, fool? Oh, do we got action? Or are you just bumping your camera just because you're bumping? That's good to hear. Glad to hear that. Don't threaten me with a good time with you bumping your camera like that, sir. Yeah. Wow. Don't bump your camera and threaten me with a good time, sir. Thank you. Oh my gosh, what is up with this juror? Come on. I want to see this shit show of a trial. Come on. I'm having a good time. Right. Right. If you're not going to give me a good time, don't bother. Besides that, I make my own good time. No, dude. Told you I'm a professional. Shoot. I might as well be the judge now. Shoot. Because they ain't coming in. But I couldn't, I can't be no judge, no. Although that's what they ask you to do in court, right? To judge. Judge this other person. Come on already. Jesus. We're already on a 30-minute delay. How much more? Don't get a close-up now. Quit zooming in there, sir. You're having too much fun with your fucking camera. Yatch. In, out, in, out. In. Never mind. What are we doing? This is childish. Quit playing with your damn freaking thing. Come on, so I know when to shut off the music. Georgie Porgy Pudding and Pie. Do. Hurry up. Now. What? How many more days? Oh, this is a different trial. So the one at night I'm doing, I'm finishing. Wait, what days ago? I got like 20 more. I mean, not 20. 10, about 12 more days on that one. But I'm gonna stop it whenever. Yeah. Yeah, well, I can't be. But this is the new trial. This is a woman that is conspiracy to commit murder of her ex-husband. Her brother says it was self-defense. The state's saying it's not. So this is a different one. It's not the the other one I'm watching. The other one I'm watching, that's still in jury selection. Karen Reed's still in jury selection, so that's why I'm rewatching her first trial. Yeah. Come on, I need some like R&B like shit or something. Yes, too. Come on! You're taking forever. And the camera guy is like play with bump his camera and shit. What's for lunch? I don't know. I don't eat lunch. I don't know. What are you eating for lunch? I just snack because I'm trying to lose weight. Pepperoni pizza, let's go. That sounds good. Maybe that's what I'll have for dinner. Maybe that's what I'll have for dinner. No, I'll have something. I might have to go regular tomorrow. Regular stream size. Come on. This is the worst part ever. Is waiting. Yeah, throw the tomatoes, West Sider Rider. Throw it at the judge. Throw them at the judge. Don't throw them at me, though. This is taking forever. That's the one thing I can't stand about court, man. They want you to hurry up and wait. Dinner's ready. It should be. Shit at this rate. What are we eating? Freaking tomato paste? Oh, it's for the pizza. I get you. Come on! Hurry up! Like, why rush for a trial when you can't even. Girl, you got all life, your whole life to wait for a damn trial, but you want to be speedy because you think your other one's gonna get overturned. It's not gonna get overturned. You're a nut job. You're a freaking nut job, lady. Come on. I just want to see her how well she represents herself. This is crap. That's all I want to see. The last pro se freaking trial I watched was Daryl Brooks, and let me tell you what, that was a shit show and a half. Live coverage, yes, live coverage, and they need to hurry. The only reason why I'm doing how are you, Scratcher? The only reason why I'm doing live coverage is because I got Karen Reed tonight. So yeah, I'm really putting in that work. I'm trying to get monetized. Dang it, I'm gonna get there. I will get there. Eventually. I'll get there. I would have got there. I would have already been there had I stuck doing drama streams, but I'm just not with all the drama stuff. I know. And I mean, I manifest it every day. I will get there. I will get there. Even if it takes me 20 million years, I'll get there. It's already taken me 6, so hey. but I wasn't serious before, and now I'm getting serious. So it's gonna take some time, and that's cool. Oh, I need to check in on Karen Reed and see if there was any. Yes, persistence is key. And I've been slacking off for so long. Like I would stream because I used to do panels. I used to stream, what was it, like once every few months? But, yep, I got plans, eventually, I want to be comfortable in life. Shoot, I do a lot by myself, I want to be comfortable in my life, so I got to work hard to get it. Jeez Louise, come on. You can't tell me that you're still waiting on a fucking juror. Because at this point, they would have been X'd out, excommunicated. Fuck's sakes. This is crazy. I could understand if it was lunch, but this ain't no fucking lunch. You're just barely getting started. The trial that I really want to cover again too is the Melly trial. I can't wait for that one. I don't think the state proved their case, but I guess I was the only one. I guess I was. I don't know what I was seeing that others weren't seeing. But come on! Oh, waiting. Especially in a professional environment. If you say you're going to be this time, you need to be that time, sir. Hello, judge. Judge, I would throw the book at that juror. There ain't no way you're waiting this much time on a juror. Whoa. I didn't ask for that. I did not ask for that. Whoa, Lord have mercy. Come on, come on. I know it is. I know it is. I know it is. It's just hard. This is why. This is the whole reason why I don't start the trial right on time. We're right with it. This is the reason why. Because you always gotta wait for something. You always gotta wait for something. There's a door. Holy shoot, maybe we got action. I see a door. That is something different. That a door opens right there. You wouldn't know a door opened there. Wow. Okay, can we get started? Oh, are we slightly going down? Oh, don't tease me with the good time. Don't you do it. Come on. They're playing with my emotions. This cameraman's playing with my emotions. Oh, you jerk face. You're just playing with my emotions now. Oh, my freaking thigh hurts. Come on. Oh, shoot. Come on. Yeah, it is a camera person. And he's been toying with me this whole time. He's been bumping it up and down, moving it in and out, just, you know, toying with my emotions. Like, come on. Let's get this party started. Watch, they say, oh, we can't start trial today because we need to get new jurors. I would be so mad. Oh, I'd be so mad. Hi, Martin. Welcome to the live stream. Come on. Let's go. Yeah. But we're on borrowed time, man. Smile for the camera. Let's go. Let's... You know, okay, let me learn because I gotta talk about something. When a person's already doing life in prison, why did the justice system think that they should keep on going and you know, making them go through other trials if they're already on trial? Like, it's what's the point? They're already locked up. Like, you can't add on any more years. Like, you really can't. And if you're not given a more severe punishment, I don't see what the point of it is. I don't get that about our justice system. I just don't. Yeah, no, you can't. You can only live so much. If you're in prison for life without parole, there's no, I mean, other than them, you know, giving you the needle, it's just, why? I don't know. When's this juror come to work? Never? I mean, they were waiting on a juror is what they said. How when they're already they're in prison with life without parole? It wouldn't affect parole decisions because they can't get out. I know they can add many more but you can't do it. You know what I'm saying? Like, you can only do so many years. I mean, what do they let you, you know? Shit. I mean, girls already doing life without parole. Like 3 different times she got life without parole. What, they just want to keep on adding to it or what? I could understand if they were going with the death penalty, but they're not doing that. It don't make no damn sense. Right. And I think that's why she was mad, is because they were taking her time. Well, they don't, all you have to do is sit in there. You're in there for life. Like, it shouldn't matter. Like, I don't know. I know you're always trolling with Cider Ritter. And it don't bother me. government don't make no damn sense. It just don't. It just don't. But like they say, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. I told you about that tomato on my face. Throw it at the damn judge. Do. Come on. Come on. Let's get going. Hurry up. You whack as a bitch. There are enough tomatoes to go around. They're not like eggs, huh, West Side Rider? Shit. They're not like those, golden eggs and shit. Boy. They're only $15 a dozen. You can't be throwing them ones around, but you sure can throw that around. Come on. I say no. It says LORIVALLOW is representing herself at trial on charges she conspired to murder her fourth husband, Charles Vallow, through her brother Alan Cox, or whatever the fuck his name is. We all be trolling in the chat. All be trolling in the chat. Come on. Oh yeah, I was doing something. I might as well look and see how many jurors in the Karen Reed case have been picked. Or if they've even been picked. Who knows? Who knows? They're only getting 45 a day. It's not like, Let's see. The
defense can produce text messages or some information provided to the court that shows he does in fact have relevant information. He might be called as a witness, but so far the court can't find that Mr. Boudreau has any relevant information in this case. Therefore, Mr. Boudreau struck again without prejudice from the witness list. He can remain in the courtroom. We're going to bring the jury in.
Oh, wow, finally, let's go.
That were raised by the defense, we'll talk about at another time when the jury's not waiting.
Let's go, let's go. Okay, let me turn this down. Where's the... Thank you. Okay, back to what I was doing. No! Bring them fucking jury in already. Boom, boom, boom. Wait. Hello? Say hello to my little friend. Hello. Are we playing? I'm old. I'm old. I'm an old motherfucker. That's who's old. Shit. Not as old as Lorivallow. Holy shit, I look freaking young compared to that lady. And she's only in her 50s. She's wrinkly and all. Oh, anyways. Lord. Let me be nice. Let me be nice. Quit judging. Quit judging. She might be a sweet lady. Wow, they're never gonna fucking get a jury. They are never gonna get a jury. Judging is perfectly fine. Hey, fuckface, you're in my way. How rude. That was so rude. Get out of the road, Toad. Get out of the way of the camera, sir. With your big old bobblehead right here. This is crazy. Come on. Do it all day. Turn on your damn mic. Oh my Lord, we can't hear you talk to the damn jury. What the fudge is going on? Oh boy, they have too many rules in this motherfucker. Come on. Hello, you got that thing all the way to your mouth, but you can't hear.
Been sworn
there
in
we go.
And is answering questions from the witness stand. Therefore, it is important to remember that what is said by both the prosecutor and the defendant in opening statements and later in closing arguments is not evidence. The purpose of an opening statement is to help you prepare for anticipated evidence. The state can proceed.
Let's go, state.
Are you going to use, yeah, put a mic over there.
Oh, this should be good.
So I'm going to need you to stay close to me the next couple days. Mel, too. She can't go to Utah. They're planking some kind of intervention, but want Mel out of the way, so I'm left alone. I need to come get the stuff at your house tomorrow and secure it. Lots to do. Thanks for standing by me. It's all coming to a head this week.
Okay, I'm already fucking confused. Are you like saying quotes from what she said or what? Because I'm so fucking confused. This is the weirdest.
I will be like Nephi, I am told. And so will you.
Oh, it's got to be statements.
Lori Daybell, the woman seated over here, wrote this to her brother, Alex Cox, on July 9th of 2019, 2 days before they killed Charles Vallow. But to understand why this is
Was
so
that a hidden meaning?
why this is relevant, you have to understand the context. So let's talk about it. In July of 2019, Lorivallow was married to Charles Vallow. Lorivallow lived here in Arizona, Chandler. Charles Vallow lived in Texas. In July of 2019, Lori Daybell was Lorivallow, married to Charles Vallow.
Wow.
In July of 2019,
Wait,
Lori
hold on.
Daybell,
She likes getting men in different states. That I wonder how she meets them online or something. because she met Vallow through, yeah, this is crazy. Okay, and anyways, let me shut up.
LORIVALLOW wanted to be Lori Daybell, wife of Chad Daybell. And in July of 2019, LORIVALLOW wanted to keep the same lifestyle that she had with Charles. And she could get all of this
Okay,
if Charles was dead.
I waited this long. Now I need to go
She could
smoke.
marry Chad Daybell.
I'll be in the
become
chat. I'm still here though.
Lori Daybell. She would get a $1 million life insurance policy from Charles Vallow. She would get Social Security for herself and their son, JJ, as a child of a dead spouse. And all of this would be true if Charles Vallow was dead. So what about Nephi? Well, LORIVALLOW, Chad Daybell, and Alex Cox all believed that those who disagreed with them were dark, possessed by evil spirits, sometimes called Z's or zombies. Sometimes they had names for these evil spirits like Ned. Lori, Chad, and Alex used religion, the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, and a story of Nephi, a prophet, who was directed by the Holy Spirit to kill Laban, to obtain brass plates and secure the long-term prosperity of Nephi's descendants. Lori used this religion and the story of Nephi as justification to kill Charles Vallow, just like Nephi killed Laban. On July 9th of 2019, Lori Vallow invoked Nephi when she messaged Alex to provide them with that religious authority to kill Charles. After months of trying to get rid of him, they were finally ready to be like Nephi. So how did this begin? We go back to 2018. Lori Vallow met Chad Daybell. You will learn that in November of 2018, that Chad Daybell came to Arizona for a Preparing the People conference. And he and others stayed at Lori and Chad's house. Charles was actually out of town with JJ. Lori and Chad acted as if there was nothing between them, but nothing could be further from the truth. By January of 2019, Lori Vallow claimed that Charles Vallow was possessed by an evil spirit that she called Ned. You will see text messages where Lori and Alex refer to him as Ned. During this trial, you're going to hear from some women who initially were close in Lori's circle. These women will tell you they met her through the Preparing the People conference. They are spiritual women within the LDS church. And initially they found Lori's spirituality infectious. But the more they listened to Lori, the more they started to find concern with what she was saying. One of them called it red flags. Lori began saying things like she didn't need to repent, that she was beyond that. And you'll hear from these women that that goes against everything that their religion follows. Everyone must repent. You will hear from Serena Sharp that in March of 2019, she attended a girls' weekend with Lori and some other women. They went to the temple, they had lunch, they did volunteer activities, and then Lori asked them to do something a little unusual. She told them that her husband was possessed by an evil spirit, and she referred to that as Ned. She told them that Charles was no longer in his body. She asked them to come together and try to cast out this evil spirit. Serena will tell you that she didn't ask Lori what would happen to Charles if that evil spirit went. She only knew that she had said Charles was already gone. She didn't know if he would come back or his body would just die. Later that month, on March 26th of 2019, Alex Cox texted his sister, Lori Vallow, and said, quote, "Ned is still alive, just confirmed." Lori responded, "It's not Ned. It's a new one. Ned is gone. No one has seen him, right? Just talk to him, question mark. Alex said, correct. Charles' body is alive. What did you learn, question mark? And Lori responded, a lot. Still working on it. We'll call you later. As the year went by, Lori and Alex became more determined to get rid of Charles Vallow's body, whatever they wanted to call him. You will hear from Christina Atwood that she attended a gathering on June 9th of 2019. Again with Lori and some close friends, but this time Alex Cox attended. This was the first time she had met him. Christina will tell you that she heard Alex say that he just wanted to kill Charles. In fact, she heard him say this a couple times. And she heard Lori say in response that she had been drugging Charles, crushing up JJ's pills and putting them in Charles's protein drinks. Christina will tell you she was so disturbed by this that she actually went and confronted Lori the next day and told her that if Charles ended up dead, she would have to go to the police. That's how disturbed she was. Now, Lori, of course, said it was all a joke. What else could she say? But 1 month later, Alex and Lori created that situation to be like Nephi and killed Charles. What about Charles? You're going to learn that Charles and Lori had been together for a long time. They had adopted one of Charles's family members' children, JJ. JJ was everything to Charles. JJ was the reason Charles and Lori were still together. You'll learn that Charles knew about Lori's beliefs, that he was called Nick or Ned or some name. You will learn that Charles told a lot of people about this. And on February 26th of 2019, Charles made a big decision. He had a $1 million life insurance policy, and his wife, Lori Vallow, had been the beneficiary. He changed it. He changed it to his sister, Kay Woodcock. You will learn he did not have to notify Lori about it, and she had no idea. You'll learn that Charles desperately wanted to bring Lori back to the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. You will learn that he was close with Lori's brother, Adam, and he was reaching out to him during this time period. You will hear from Adam. Adam will tell you that he himself had heard the defendant say things that were outside the LDS religion, that she was translated. Charles was possessed. He knew she was no longer following the LDS faith. Then, June 28th, Charles found out that Lori and Chad were having an affair. You will hear that he reached out to Lori about it, Chad's wife, and out to Adam Cox about it. Now, you're going to hear about a lot of these things because the police executed numerous search warrants. You're going to hear that they executed search warrants on cell phone records, cell tower records, and iCloud accounts. You're going to learn that an iCloud account is basically a service through Apple where you can.
This cult shit is crazy. That's all I'm going to say. This cult shit is crazy. Like, she really thought that her and Chad, which is her fifth husband, the one that's on death row right now for her 2 children that died deaths and his ex-wife's death. All suspicious. This one was supposed to be self-defense. It's not. They're saying it's not anyways. This is just crazy. Like, Man, she manipulated these men, even her own brother. I mean, that's who did her killings for her, was her brother. The only reason why the killing stops is because her brother's dead too. And the only one that escaped her was her other brother that they're going to put on the witness stand. This is nuts. And then she's got another trial coming up for a conspiracy to commit attempted murder on her niece's ex-husband. Man, this lady's crazy. I can't wait until she gets up and does her opening statement, because her representing herself, this is gonna be a freaking shit show.
You can store everything, photos, emails, documents, whatever you want. This can be intentional, or sometimes it can be unintentional. Your phone or your computer may be saving items there without you even realizing. You'll learn that for years, Lorivallow had an iCloud account that was loriforstyle@icloud.com. But after Charles learned about Chad Daybell on that June 28th, she created a new iCloud account, lollytime@icloud account. Many of these text messages between Lori and others that you're going to hear about at trial were recovered from those two iCloud accounts. You're also going to learn about Charles's cell phone. The police eventually recovered it, and they were able to extract the data, look at the messages and things that had been in
He was
there.
afraid of her, and he was telling the
You're
cops
going to
about
learn
this
about
shit
those
too.
text messages
They didn't
with
believe
Adam
him.
Cox
They didn't fucking believe
from
him.
July 9th
And now he's dead.
to the 11th.
Now he's freaking dead. It's crazy.
You're going to hear from Adam that they were talking about an intervention, about maybe recording Lori and taking those recordings to the stake president, or just confronting the stake president about it. They didn't have an exact plan, but on July 9th, Adam agreed to fly to Phoenix to help try to talk to his sister, talk to the stake president, get her back into this faith. Ultimately, Adam flew to Phoenix on the 10th, as did Charles. Adam will tell you that he actually, when he got his reservation on the 9th from Charles, reached out to his brother, Alex. He asked to stay with him. And Alex said, sure. You'll see phone records.
Mountain Dew,
They had a conversation.
like always.
But when Adam flew into Phoenix on the 10th, remember, that's after that message by Lori that he needed to stay close to her. Adam tried texting his brother. Adam tried calling his brother. And Alex.
I wanted a rock star, but the vending machine's out.
Adam didn't know that his brother Alex had been summoned to help his sister Lori be like Nephi, that it was time to kill Charles. The text messages from Lori to Alex about that intervention that she knew about.
See, that's what I don't get. She's already been, okay, this is what I don't get. She's already doing life for her two kids and Chad Daybell's ex-wife. She's already doing life for that. Why didn't they go with the death penalty on this one? They could have done that. This is dumb. Absolutely dumb. But then they just do life anyways. But
Evening of July 9th of 2019, Lori knew that Charles was trying to have an intervention.
And what sucks is they can't even bring up that she's already been convicted, because that prejudices her, which is dumb, because she was found guilty of that crime. They do that with serial killers when they kill in different states and shit. She's like a serial killer, except for she called the shots and her brother took care of it.
That text message, remember, she said they are trying to have an intervention. She knew it was Charles and others. She also told her brother he had to stay close for the next couple days, because she knew that she was going to be seeing Charles.
She's still high on her rocker. She's still, I've seen the interviews. She is still high on her rocker, man.
On the 11th, when he came over to pick up their son, JJ, to take him to school. She told him it's all coming to a head this week. I will be like Nephi, I am.
Yeah, Mountain
And
Dew.
so will you.
Yeah, that dude.
A few
I know.
minutes after
No,
Lori had texted
they don't
Alex
got
that
this
message
in
from
the
Jordan that they were going to be
in
like
the
Nephi,
vending machine.
Alex
Oh,
called his
Mountain Dew.
sister
No,
Lori
if
and
I'm gonna
talked
drink
her over
Hennessy, I'm
for
gonna drink
56
Hennessy
minutes,
straight.
planning
West Side Rider. Come on now.
how they were going to get rid of Charles.
I don't drink
Alex
Henny
would stay
because I
close
get,
with
I
his
get white
gun,
girl wasted, like literally
and he and
white
Lori
girl
would be
wasted.
like
I don't know
Nephi.
how to stop. I'd be double
July 10th of
fisting.
2019 is a day before Charles was killed. We know from text messages that by 7:18 p.m., Alex was already at Lori's house. He brought a garbage bag with some clothes and an orange duffel bag.
You
with
put
a
it in front of
45
me, I'm
caliber
drinking that
handgun and
shit.
2 extra magazines of ammunition.
Strawberry Henny.
He was prepared.
Wait, they got strawberry flavor Henny? Or
We
just
also know that the evening
strawberry
of
drink
July
with Henny?
10th, Charles sent a message to Lori letting her know that he would be over at 7:30 a.m.
Or
the next
never
day
mind, let me
to
not
pick
go
up
to
JJ
like
to take him to school.
think straight.
Lori and Alex knew
Let me get my
exactly
mind out of the
when
gutter.
this murder would happen and where it would happen. They just had to
Oh,
make sure that
shit.
Charles stayed in the house. You'll hear that on the evening of July 10th, Charles spent his last night alive on a date. He had been on several dating apps and appeared to be moving on. You will hear from his date, Nancy Jo, that she and Charles had met on an LDS dating site a few days before. You will hear that she had talked to him and texted him for hours. Sometimes they would talk for 3 hours on the phone. Nancy Jo will tell you that Charles told her about everything of his relationship. His wife's beliefs.
Oh wait, so he had a
everything.
girlfriend. Wait, hold on, he had a girlfriend too? Well, they were all getting a divorce. I understand that, but I didn't know he had a girlfriend.
And he had told her about this change to the beneficiary of his life insurance. She will tell you it sounded like a lot of drama, but she still was interested and wanted to meet this person, and so they met that evening for dinner.
Well, he was smart for changing the beneficiary on that freaking on his life insurance. I mean, but still, he lost his fucking life. He lost his life. I remember when she was trying to collect it too. I remember she had Chad call. She had her new husband call and find out about the life insurance or whatnot, because she didn't know that he switched it out on her, because he knew something was up. He knew something was up, and he would tell the cops that she was fucking crazy and nuts, but they wouldn't listen. They wouldn't listen, and he lost his freaking life, man. That sucks. I mean, because he had to be, I mean, he still had to have contact with them. They still had a child that they adopted from, I believe it was his niece or whatever, who is JJ, one of the children that's no longer alive. Oh my gosh, that's crazy. Man, this woman's evil.
That she understood on the 11th that Charles would be picking up.
Oh, West Sider Rider, you know how you tell me Karen Reed's guilty? This bitch is guilty. Now, I don't know if she's guilty of this crime, but it's very suspicious, okay? But the other crime, she's definitely guilty because she was found guilty.
That he was actually going to meet a realtor about finding a place to rent here so he could be closer to JJ.
Oh, cognac?
Try to get in touch with
Cognac, orange juice and cognac.
We're supposed to meet later in the day. She will also tell you that she actually told Charles, kind of joking, but
oh, you mean I gotta go to the bar to ask for it?
Tell Lori that you changed the life insurance policy, so she knows it's not her.
That might be good, because I do like
Nancy Jo.
I do like what is it, black cherry whiskey? I like that stuff, so it may be good. That may be good.
The next day,
Strawberry honey.
Charles. She called him. She actually thought he had ghosted her. She didn't know he was dead until a few months later when she saw something on the news. photo of him. And
You know, it's
everyone
mountain piss water,
been
you know?
killed on July 11th.
That's what they say anyways. Mountain piss water.
So let's talk about July 11th. That morning, Lorivallow
I'm
was
doing
up
the
early,
do,
and she was
baby.
texting with Chad Daybell. You'll learn that we do not have those text messages. They were not saved in the iCloud.
Is everybody
We have
taking
them from the
notes?
phone records.
Because we're gonna be
was already at Lori's
asked
house with her
questions at
gun.
the end of this exam.
And everyone knew that Charles was a punctual person and would be there around 7:30 to pick up JJ so he could get to school. You're going to learn that, like many people, Charles had left his GPS data locating service on his phone. So that means when his phone is moving around, it was constantly documenting with GPS the location of the phone.
Well, that's everybody,
During
lady.
this trial, you're actually going to see
That's how
this
the government
mapped
tracks
out.
us.
You'll be able to see Charles come to the house, and then you're going to see his phone leave with the defendant and what she does all day with it.
Ooh,
What we know is that Charles arrived at
because she
Lori's
tried
house
to get
about
into it, didn't she?
7:35.
I think I
He
remember that.
texted Adam Cox and told him that Alex, or Al, is here. You'll see from photos that Alex's truck was parked in the driveway. Adam responded, "Really, I wonder why he never called me back." Charles didn't respond to that. Adam then texted, "They're planning something." And Charles responded, "Absolutely."
See, they knew.
Adam told Charles,
He
"I was supposed to spend
knew.
the night at his house last night. She probably blocked that." Charles told Adam,
Diabolical
"What you do is up
woman.
to you."
Hey,
Adam then
Hood.
told Charles he was going to reach out to Alex and ask him to come
How
together
are
and see
ya?
what Alex
Yeah,
would
this
do.
broad.
And in fact, he
This
texted his
broad.
brother.
This
You'll
broad
learn
is
that Charles
nuts.
read that text message from Adam, but he didn't respond. Adam sent one more text message
I
to Charles.
don't
at
understand how
7:49
anybody can
a.m.
be in a
on
cult.
July 11th.
You gotta have a weak
He told him that he and
mind.
his son are going to go play basketball at 8 p.m.
You just
To look for a
I
specific
can't
church
blindly
that
follow
is
somebody.
usually there
Well, I
and
never
have
got
a
into religion. I
conversation.
can't blindly follow somebody.
Charles Vallow never read that message. But you will
I
learn
gotta
that
see and know
Lori and
everything
Alex
myself.
did.
I gotta test it out.
Charles went to the front door of 5531.
Like you had
South
to
Oak
yesterday,
East
Ivo. You know, we gotta,
in
people
Renton,
may tell us stuff,
for
but
his wife,
we gotta
Lori
test it out.
house that he paid for.
All right, Ivo.
Charles would
Thank
have
you
to
for
knock
coming
on the
through.
door,
Appreciate
alerting
ya.
Lori and Alex that he was there. He got JJ, put him out in the car. And then Lori Vallow created the reason to keep Charles from just leaving with JJ. Lori Vallow wanted to stop this intervention. Lori Vallow wanted to stop Charles and Adam from trying to take her temple recommend away. Lori Vallow, who wanted to be Lori Daybell, and Lori Vallow, who wanted Charles's money. So Lori took Charles's cell phone, and she refused to give it back. Lori Vallow, or Lori Daybell, whatever name you want to call her by, is why Charles didn't just leave.
Well, she was
JJ
Lori
that morning.
Vallow until he got killed. And then she
Lori
became
Vallow
Lori
is why
Daybell.
Alex
Let's be
was
honest.
able to shoot Charles. Lori Vallow is why Charles is dead.
Doom, doom, doom. All right, Hood.
So
Thank
I'm
you
gonna
for
tell you a little bit
stopping
about
in.
the
I
scene of this
appreciate
house so
you.
you can understand what's happening here. When you walk in the front door, there's a big room. It was empty, no furniture. There were
Hey, lady,
mirrors
can
on
you
2
speed
of
it up,
the
though?
walls, windows on a 3rd wall, and the 4th wall had doorways going into the kitchen and a hallway off to the bedrooms. This is where Charles Vallow was killed. This is where Alex Cox shot him 2 times. The first shot to Charles Vallow was to his chest.
Oh, he was shot 2
It
times. I didn't know.
exited out his back. Charles Vallow fell to the ground. He put his left hand to this wound and blood transferred onto it. You will hear from the medical examiner that this shot went through his heart.
So
and that
killing
a
him.
person can take seconds to up to 2 minutes to die from that type of wound. You will hear that a person can still talk and move after they're shot in the heart. And we know Charles was able to move since he put his dominant left hand on his chest and transferred that blood to his hand. You will see that.
Dang.
As Charles lay on the floor of 5531 South Four Peaks Place, Alex Cox stood at his feet and fired a second shot. That shot entered his abdomen and it exited his left shoulder. The angle was significantly upward.
That was weird.
Dr. Baumgartner, who is the medical examiner, will tell you that this wound was shored. You will learn that shored means that there was something hard behind that wound. So when the bullet exited it, it caused a different tearing pattern than the other wound that exited Charles's back. It is this shored wound, this exit on Charles's left shoulder, that shows us that there was nothing accidental about this second shot. You will learn from the cell phone that at
You
7:49,
snoring, dog.
Lori left Charles's
You
house,
snoring, dog.
or left her house with Charles's cell phone, his wallet, his rental
How
car.
come you never snore? I
And
never
JJ
hear
and
you
Tylee.
snore. I just hear you kicking.
She drove to Burger King, Walgreens, dropped JJ off at school before she and her daughter Tylee drove back to the house. During this time, while Lori is driving around in Charles's car, his phone, she spoke with her brother Alex twice. The first call was at 7:52.
Yes,
a.m.,
he's
3 minutes after she left.
hold on. Yeah, he's got death. I mean, they put him on death row, so he's got death while she's doing life, and I don't understand why they didn't do death on this one. Like, okay, she's already been convicted of crime. Why can't they go with the death penalty on here? They do it with serial killers. I guess it just don't make sense. And then she's got another trial after this one ends, for the attempted murder of her niece's ex-husband. So I don't understand why they didn't do that, because she has other convictions and shit. But whatever. I don't know.
Second call was at 8:06 a.m., 17 minutes after she left. You will hear that when Alex and Lori are talking, neither of them had called 911 yet.
No, she's not. Now wait a minute. Now wait, West Side Rider. Hold on.
Didn't
You tell me Karen Reed's guilty, but you tell me that she's innocent? Okay, she may be innocent because she didn't actually do the killing. Okay, I get that. But I think that she had a way with it. I mean, but she also got, she can't be innocent because she wouldn't have been found guilty in the other trial then, because she didn't do the killings with her what do you call it, her kids, and she didn't do the killing with his ex-wife, but she got convicted of that. Quit trolling me.
call 911 until 47 minutes after Lori left. Charles Vallow lay dead on the floor of that house for 40.
Yeah, I know. She needs to go live.
Before he called 911. During this 47 minutes, Alex began.
Yeah, they
searching
did.
the scene.
They took out the whole dang fam. Like,
You're going to
and
learn
the
that
only
police
one that
found a
survived
bag
out of her siblings is her brother Adam, and he possibly would have been next if her brother didn't die. of mysterious consequences. I mean, mysterious whatever you call it. I mean, because he had pink foam and stuff coming from his mouth too, like what's her name? Like Tammy Daybell. Like I really think they should go after him for his death too, because I don't know, something tells me that he may be they may have done him in, so this shit wouldn't have gone on. I don't know. It's just so weird. Because I think maybe they knew the jig may be up and they needed to get rid of their a witness. But it's just crazy. I don't understand how anybody can join a cult. I don't know how anybody can think somebody is more godlike than anybody else. It's just mind-blowing to me, but whatever.
A bat that was located on the right side of Charles to the north of his head. Like he had been holding it, and when he was shot and fell, it dropped, it rolled up against one of the walls that had.
It's just weird. It's weird.
What you're going to learn that is, Alex forgot that Charles was left-handed.
Wow, you're gonna hit her panel, West Side Rider? Shoot, that would make me want to do panel.
He pitched and he batted left-handed. So that bat was on the wrong side.
I do miss her going live though.
Next, you're going to hear about an injury to Alex himself. Lori had told police that Charles hit Alex in the head with this bat before Alex shot Charles. Classic self-defense.
Do they have
In all
pictures?
cases, we must look at the physical evidence because it doesn't lie. And the physical evidence doesn't have a bias or a memory loss. Sometimes it's the lack of physical evidence that doesn't lie. So again, we know that this room where Charles was shot had no furniture, mirrors, 2 walls.
Because she was in the process of moving.
You learn that although Lori claimed that Charles hit Alex
Because that was her
with a bat,
portal.
and then Alex shot him in self-defense, that Alex's gun had no blood transferred on it. Alex was allegedly struck in the head with a bat by a semi-professional baseball player. Doesn't go unconscious, and he never touches that injury. Pulls out a gun, is able to shoot this man twice, and then he takes the gun.
Well, that would
down
be
a hallway,
self-defense.
puts it into a room. Never apparently touching his head or this wound. And again, Lori says that Alex was hit with the bat in this room by Charles. But again, what we don't see is any blood on the floor. Charles.
Yeah, West Side Rider, cash app me
Alex
too.
in the head with a bat.
Just kidding.
They're grappling on the ground. There's not a single drop of blood.
It's right there. It's right here.
Pooling of blood around Charles. There's not a drop of blood going down the hallway to where Alex put the gun. There's not a drop of blood in the room where Alex put that gun.
I don't know if she'll get convicted on
Not a
this one.
drop
I
of
don't
blood on
know.
the
When
floor
it
in
comes
the
to
kitchen,
conspiracy, I have a hard
Alex went
time
to
with
go
it.
wash his
I do.
hands.
Unless
There are
there's
no
definitive
towels,
proof.
sheets,
Definitive proof.
clothing, napkins with blood on them, where Alex was holding his head and trying to stop this bleeding from this injury. You will see on body-worn camera, Alex Cox, who's on.
Yeah,
the
he
moon
looked like he was
out of the
unscathed.
house.
He didn't act like he
Will
was
have
hit
phone
by
in
a
one hand
freaking
and
bat.
his other hand up, and you will notice that he actually has a pair of sunglasses.
And if you
Resting
got a
on
little
top of his head.
dunk on your head, like, man, if you
We'll see
got
at some
hit
point
with
Alex
in behind the
sits down,
head with the bat,
ask him to
you
bring
would
up
be
the
gashed in
location.
blood.
We talked to him for a while, and then you'll see him eventually touch his head a few times, and then he obtains a
Hey,
napkin
me being in the
towel or
presence of
something,
your
and you'll
tomatoes
see him
is
kind of
enough,
rubbing his head,
sir.
patting it. That is the only bloody item You will see.
I know, Hood, but
Those sunglasses.
they
on
don't
the
like
house's
me.
head.
They don't like
He
me.
is
They don't
struck in
like
the
me.
head
That's
by
why I
a
tried
baseball
this wall
While
thing, but
holding on the
man,
ground.
I can't do it because
He
the
then
damn
pulls out a
screen's
gun
too
and
small.
shoots his brother,
But I really
puts
tried.
away
That's what
this
I tried.
gun,
I guess
deals with his
I'll
injuries,
have
and
to
yet
come
the
on
sunglasses are
live
still
just
right
by
there
myself
on the
and
top of
chit
his
chat
head.
on the wall. I don't know what to do.
No blood on the
They don't
floors,
like me.
no blood on the
I don't
gun,
like me.
no damage to the mirrors.
Yeah, what are your terms,
Bad on the
sir?
wrong side. The lack of physical evidence to help support this self-defense claim. Next, trajectory. The medical
I mean,
examiner
because
will
what
talk
are
to you
your
about the
terms? Because I
trajectory
make
through
some
Charles's
catfish,
body.
some whatever you
Detectives are
need.
going to talk to you about the trajectory through the room. Dr. Baumgartner will
Oh,
tell you that the
shit.
trajectory of that first shot to Charles, the one that went through his chest, through his heart, and out his back, was front to back and slightly downward.
Okay, you
It
already
will be
said
less
this,
than an
lady.
inch downward. The detectives will tell you that the bullet from that
Reasonable.
shot,
Well, you got to give the
actually, as it
terms. You
exited
got to put.
Charles's back, ended up across
You know
the
how
room
you got
in
to
the basement.
put it on the table.
They
You know.
pulled it out and recovered it. Both
What
of
are
them
your
will say that
terms?
this shot is consistent with Charles being standing upright with a person in front of him. The gun could be slightly down, or his hand could cause that little bit of downward angle. Dr. Baumgartner will tell you that that second shot
Right, Hood, but they
that
don't.
entered
Yeah, you
Charles's
know.
abdomen and exited his left shoulder, that the trajectory of that shot was front to back. and
You don't
significantly
what?
upward,
What don't
30
you do?
inches
Oh, you don't
upward.
put it on the table?
Dr. Baumgartner is also the one who will tell you about that.
I mean,
shoulder
shit.
wound. What you will hear from the detectives, though, is that when they found Charles on the ground,
Slam it
the
on
side
the
of his
table.
left shoulder was
Now you're driving. Okay, yeah.
on the
See,
ground, not embedded.
excuses,
They'll also
excuses.
tell
I
you
see what it
that
is.
when they finally moved Charles, they took his body away, they cleaned up the blood on the ground, and they noticed a defect in the flooring, in the wood, consistent with a bullet striking the ground.
Well, then
That
put it on the
defect indicated
table. You
where
know,
Charles's left shoulder
shit.
had been.
Just like put it on our Cash App.
You will hear that both Dr. Baumgartner and the detectives found the trajectory. The wounds were consistent with Charles laying on the ground,
Oh, let me stop.
Alex being at his feet, and that second shot was fired.
Oh, I really hurt my hand. I really slammed my head.
The physical evidence does not lie.
Oh shit.
Charles was on the ground when Alex Cox fired that second shot.
That's a good time. That's a good time.
The injuries to Charles, the location of the bullet strikes, the trajectory of the
Let me rub
injuries
my
both in
hands like
Charles and
Birdman.
house
You know what I'm
all
saying?
show this was not self-defense.
Put it on the table. Put it in my
This is
hand.
murder scene.
Ew.
I told you that Lori Vallow left the house at 7:49 a.m. and we know this because of Charles Vallow's cell phone. The 911 call was placed at 8:36 a.m.
Damn, she left at 7.
47
It was
minutes
bright
later.
as fuck at 7 o'clock in the
Police
morning.
arrived
Shit.
at 5531 South Four Peaks Place at about 8:41 a.m. Lori Vallow
thought it
and her
was
daughter
nighttime
Tony
when it happened.
returned to the house at 8:48 a.m. When the police first contacted Lori Vallow, they thought she had
Be careful
no
what I
idea
ask
that her
for.
husband was dead.
Don't threaten me
He'd
with a
been
good
shot
time,
and
sir.
killed. Initially, you will see body cam footage of an officer going up and just getting her information. Lori doesn't
How about
answer.
you list your demands in
Why
my
are all
Cash
these
App?
police here? Why is there a fire truck here? Why is my brother sitting on the ground over there? Is he okay?
Just
Instead,
put
she
it in my
comments about her
hand.
neighbors. You'll learn that the police then pulled her aside to do what they call a death notification, to let her know that her husband was dead. Only to their surprise, she told them she knew, she was there. So at this point, the police knew they needed to take her to the
Yeah.
police station and question
Put
her.
it in my hand. That's what you do.
You'll learn that Lori Vallow was interviewed by the police. She was treated very kindly. The police,
Yeah, put your list of demands in my cash app. Mhm.
Lori Vallow told the police that she took Charles's cell phone.
Oh, it's because hey Hood, it's because I'm on this
Charles didn't just
on
leave
the
and take
whatever
JJ to
thing.
school.
Like they don't let you touch links on this bitch.
She told police
On the
in no
vertical
uncertain
on the
terms that
wall,
Charles
they don't
was
let you do that.
demanding his phone back.
If it was on a regular
She
live,
refused to
it
give it
would
back.
be better. Let me hold on. Let
She
me.
told the police that even as Charles screamed at her for his phone, she walked away from him, wouldn't give it to him. No matter what happened or what Charles said or did, she would not give his phone back to him.
Yeah, see,
Lori
like
told police that
even
her
my
daughter
pinned
Tyler came out of the
comments,
room during the screaming
you
with a
can't
bat.
even touch the links. I don't know why
That Charles
why
took
it
away
doesn't
from
let you,
Tyler.
but it
Tyler
doesn't
fell
let
on the
you.
ground. And she told Tyler to go out to the car with JJ.
And nobody puts it in my hand.
She told police that Alex came out, that he and Charles got into this scuffle with the bat, that Charles hit him in the head with the bat.
Charles just doesn't seem like the fighty type for
She still
me.
didn't give Charles back the phone.
He
What
just
she
doesn't
did
seem like he'd
instead
be
was take his phone
like doing all that
and go
shit.
around
Like
that
this is
wall
weird.
into the kitchen. Left the situation. Time to let brother Alex be Nephi. While she's in the kitchen, she said she heard the
I
gunshot.
wish it would fucking start
Came
getting
out.
warm so I don't have to wear this
Saw
fucking
Charles on the
hoodie
ground and her brother standing at.
over my damn
Charles's
shirts and shit.
Then she told the police she left. They learned that the police actually had no idea that Lori still had Charles's phone. Even when they're interviewing her, she still had it. Police are processing the house, looking for it. Where is it? I can't find it. Later in the afternoon, you'll hear that the police actually called Lori and Alex and asked them to come back to the scene. And when Lori arrived, they told her they couldn't find Charles's phone. And she told the detective that she found the phone in the car. Found it in the car. She gave Charles's phone to Detective Enplan and then provided her with Charles's PIN number to get into the phone. You'll learn that after those interviews,
You'll learn that she's a crazy broad. Yeah, that's what
Lori
you'll learn.
and Alex,
That's what we're gonna learn. It's how
Alex's
freaking
house.
crazy she really is.
and there
Yeah, I'm
they
going to
went
smoke,
through
but I'm still here.
Charles's phone. You'll learn that Alex actually took photos of some of the messages between Charles and Adam, including Adam's flight reservations. And he later sent those to his sister, Lori. July 11th. Lori didn't tell any of Charles's family he was dead. She didn't tell Adam that Charles was dead. She certainly knows they'd been talking. The next day, Lori texted Charles's sons from his prior marriage and told them, "Your dad is dead." Charles's sons reached out to their Aunt Kay about this, and you'll learn that Kay and her husband had to Google this, see if it was true. They found out that Charles had been shot. So what about the money? That life insurance policy. Charles Vallow had $1 million life insurance policy. When he got it, his wife, Lori Vallow, was the beneficiary. We know that Charles died on a Thursday, July 11th. That next Monday, July 15th, Lori Vallow called Banner Life Insurance. The call was recorded and you will hear it. She told the agent that Charles had been accidentally shot. It was an accident. And that she was the beneficiary. Both of those statements are not correct. There was nothing accidental about that shooting, and she was not the beneficiary. 3 days later, on July 18th, Lori Vallow learned that she was not the beneficiary. Banner Life Insurance could not and would not tell her who Charles had changed it to. But Lori was angry about it. And you're going to learn that on July 18th of 2019, there's another very important text message in this case. The first one on July 9th between Lori and Alex when they discussed being like Nephi. And on July 18th, 7 days after Lori and Alex killed Charles and Lori learned she is not getting $1 million life insurance policy, she sends a message to Chad Daybell. Quote, "So I talked to the insurance company. He changed it in March. So it was probably Ned before we got rid of him. You can't tell me who, of course, but it's done. I'll still get $4,000 a month from SS." In this text message, Lori tells Chad that it was probably Ned, that evil spirit inhabiting Charles's body, that changed the life insurance policy before they got rid of him, before they killed him. After Lori found out that she was not the beneficiary, she was so angry that she actually went through Charles's laptop, found the beneficiary change form, sent photos of that to Chad. She also confronted Kay about it. The $1 million she had expected to get was gone, but as Lori told Chad on the 18th, she was still going to get money from the death of Charles. Lori knew already that a month before going to see Social Security, how much money she would get for JJ and for herself as a caregiver as a result of Charles being killed. $4,000 a month. Ladies and gentlemen, the evidence in this case is going to show you that LORIVALLOWDAYBELL conspired with her brother, Alex Cox, to kill her husband, Charles Vallow. When Charles let Lori know he was coming into town, she quickly got the pieces into place. Alex came to her house with a gun. Lori created the way to keep Charles inside the house so that Alex and she could be like Nephi, to kill Charles Vallow to better at least her life so she could be with Chad and she could live off that life insurance policy. As we go through this trial, you will see photos of Charles's injury, photos of the crime scene, and hear testimony that will prove that this was not self-defense. As we go through this trial, you'll be provided with phone calls, emails, text messages, and hear testimony that lays out the motive for this murder: money and Chad Daybell. You will see text messages and hear from people who Lori trusted and who were later pushed away, people who really don't want to be part of this trial, but were pulled into it by this defendant and her desire to get rid of Charles to be with Chad. People who heard Lori for months saying Charles was gone, possessed. People who will establish that this murder was premeditated. You will hear text messages from July 9th by Lori to her brother, Alex Cox, that he had to stay near her, that it was all coming to a head, and she would be like Nephi, and so would he. A justified killing, just like the prophet. And later, the text message to Chad where she told him that Charles changed the life insurance policy before they got rid of Ned. A confession by Lori of how religion and money were twisted to justify Charles's murder. At the end of this trial, the state will come to you and ask you to hold the defendant responsible for the death of Charles Vallow and find her guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. Thank you.
All right. Will the defendant be giving an opening statement? Okay, because of the lunch hour, your opening statement will start after lunch. I'm going to excuse the jury for lunch. I'm going to ask juror 3 to stay back. I need to talk to you about something. Please remember the admonition, jurors. We'll see you. Let's start. Everyone be back in the jury room about 1:20 p.m. and we'll resume at 1:30. Thank you.
All rise for the jury.
Yeah, she's already in prison. She's doing life. She's doing life for the murder of her kids, a conspiracy to commit murder of her children, and Chad Daybell's wife. Yeah. So, and she was in such a hurry to get this done. Like, yeah. I mean, this, this is crazy. Like, she's a whack job. They're wackadoodles. I mean, they hide behind. This is just. I don't understand cult life. I guess I'm just not that easily brainwashed. So this is the conspiracy to commit first degree murder of her ex-husband, Charles Vallow. This is the one that died before all the others died. This is the one where her brother claimed self-defense. Supposedly he was hit in the back of the head with a bat. So he shot Charles Vallow twice and killed him. And then she's got another murder trial. Then she's got another murder trial coming up for conspiracy to commit a first degree attempted murder. Yeah, me too. I did too. Because they were searching all through Utah to see, because they were planning on coming here. Like, stay the fuck away from the fucking Utah. I mean, we already got the LDS. That's bad enough. I just that, and I don't doubt anybody that follows religion, whatever. But I just have never. I can't blindly follow just because somebody says this is how it is. Like, who's to say we know that's really true? She can get that's what I'm thinking. That's really what I'm thinking. She didn't want to wait. She said, "Oh, I want a speedy trial. I want a speedy trial." Bitch, you're sitting in jail or prison for a year and a half. I mean, for your life, not a year and a half, for life without parole. You ain't going nowhere until you're in a box. You ain't going nowhere. Like all you got to do is time on your hands. All you got to do is sit around and wait, girlfriend. Like, she did an interview. Let's see, she did. Yeah, that's what I was thinking, because when she did her interview with Morrison, man, that was like, she was like trying to manipulate him. I think she really was trying to do something, and it came off weird. That interview came off weird. But then she sat down with the woman reporter, and it was actually, I mean, she actually seemed somewhat normal. So there is a big difference between her with men. And I think because she had a lot of women following her and Chad. Like, I think most of her admirers were women, not men. I mean, well, she did have 5 husbands, and which is crazy because some of them died suspiciously too. Like Tylee's dad. Tylee's dad died of suspicious circumstances. Well, why isn't he trying to hit my man? What's up with that? Wes, I thought we were gonna put it on the table. I thought you were gonna put it in my cash app too. You'll get double the fun. Let's go. But no, she's a wackadoodle. Like, I really don't. I don't understand. Like, put it on the table. Come on, put it in my hand. That's freaking crazy. Oh yeah, I was supposed to highlight the thingy. Hold on, let me go up to it. Oh, stop, you stupid computer. Every time I touch something, you just. This is just going to be a wild ride because she is representing herself. She definitely is representing herself. So I just can't wait for her opening statement. I think she's going to take all day, and they're not going to get. They're not going to get to freaking any testimony. And then she wanted to bring in. She wanted to bring in. She wanted to bring in reporters' statements and interviews and all that stuff to get on her side. Like this is just weird. It's weird to me. Like Karen Reed's innocent, but this lady, no. When you're calling people Ned and making them look like zombies and say that they have to be dead and all this other crazy shit, and everybody you come in contact with is basically dead, or you tried to unalive them, you know what I mean? Like it's just weird. Like they really thought that they were prophets. I wonder where her portal is now. It used to be in the closet, but she ain't got a closet in jail, so I wonder where her portal is. That's why she had the two mirrors in the living room. Is because of the portal shit. These are wackadoodles. Thinking the end of the world's gonna come and I'm gonna be rejoiced. Yeah, no, So I don't know, man. I hope that their fucking lunch ain't an hour. Jesus. I knew that they were just gonna get started and go right to lunch. Like, man, you should have just went. If it was a short day like this, you should have just took a break and then do it. Because they already got the feed half an hour behind because of her. Let's go, hood. Like shit. I create my own path. I create my own path. Hey, West Side Rider, you want to join our cult? Hit our cash app. Put it in my hand. I'm gonna eat some munchies for freaking lunch. How about that? I don't know. This is just absolutely crazy. This lady is fucking nuts. And I don't even know why they separated the cases. Like they should have just did the two cases together. Of her nephew-in-law and of Charles Vallow. But they're doing separate cases. And I don't know why they didn't go the death penalty. They would have a serial killer. There's nobody's better than the next. That's what I hate about life. If people think they're better than the next person, just be the best you can be. That's all you can do. That's how it is in government, One thinks they're better than the next. No, we're all the fucking same. And I ain't throwing my life away just to take yours. It ain't happening like that. I just can't do that. Mm-mm. But she's like, I already lived life. So she really don't care about living in prison. She don't. If she don't care about living in prison, I don't know why she's fighting it. No, I don't see it. The only way you see it is if you go to like your studio. Like it'll tell you the reactions and stuff. Because that's basically what they are. And if I was talented, I could change them actually. I could change the little reaction things on the side. Right. Like you'd think like it would like show up on the screen or something, but it don't do that shit. Just like when people do this and shit. I don't know how they get it to like or this. Yeah, I don't know what it does. It's reactions. I don't know. I don't know if it does anything like TikTok or whatever. Man, this sucks. Just barely start and then go to lunch. I can't wait for her opening statement. I cannot wait for her opening statement. Oh my god, I can't wait. I think she's gonna fly out the rails. I think like the judge is gonna have to stop her. She's got a shock collar on her. That's why they got like a half an hour wait time, or a half hour delay, just in case something crazy goes on. They don't want us to see her getting shocked. And I think it's dumb that they can't bring up that she was already convicted of the conspiracy to commit murder on her kids. I think that should be allowed. But they say that's too over prejudice or too prejudicial. Hurry up! Hurry up! So they probably won't start till like they said 1:30, so they won't start the camera until 2. And they're an hour behind me. So it's only going to 1 right now. Dumb. All right. Thank you for coming through. I appreciate you. me put my own music on. We are on lunch break. We're rocking out. Oh, when she takes this, when she starts her opening statement, man, I cannot wait. I don't know what LORIVALLOW we're gonna get. I don't know if we're gonna get the Keith Morrison LORIVALLOW or we're gonna get the other interview LORIVALLOW. I would play her interviews, but copyright, I don't like that. They're afraid you're gonna take views from their channel, and in all actuality, you're not. Also, if you don't want to hear my commentary or whatever throughout this, I do have the link to the trial coverage in my description box. Ways to contact me, all that great stuff is in my bio, and or my just whatever. Yeah, my bio. My other links are pinned to the chat. The links don't work, but yeah, you copy whatever. If you'd like to support the channel, nobody has to, but I greatly appreciate it. I appreciate those that support me. I am on the road to 1K. I will get there. People will like me. It's just been a rough go. I mean, here I am. I'm still stuck at 959. Well, no, I lost 4 subscribers. I don't know. I was at 956. Now I'm at 953. So I lose some, I gain some, which ain't. It's okay. It goes with the flow. I also do when football season is going, I do football streams. I am a Kansas City Chiefs fan. I'm pretty wild and crazy then, and that's when I drop my link, do panels, stuff like that. I'm gonna try. I really want to try to get into true crime, but I need a co-host. Yeah, so I'm looking for a co-host. Somebody I have good chemistry with that, we can rack each other's brains. That'd be great. Hella crazy. Yes, I'm hella crazy. I am hella crazy. But yeah, so that's what I want to get done. That's what I want to do. So yeah, anybody interested in being the co-host, let me know. Because there's so much true crime that's going on. I just don't do it because I'm not a researcher. And I like to kind of stick to facts. I don't want to go off the rails. Like man, we all have opinions and stuff. But a lot of creators attack the families, and I don't. Until there's proof, I don't want to do that. Hella crazy. What's hella crazy is you didn't put it in my hand. You'll be my co-host? Oh shit, that would be a fucking. God, we definitely go off the rails there, West Side Rider. I mean, shit. You already put tomatoes on my face. You're already telling me I'm nuts. I'm just not a Webster. That's why I don't do true crime. I'm not all into the searching and shit. I don't care about people's social medias, whatnot. I don't give a fuck. I'm just not that person. I'm not a detective. I leave that to the detectives. That would definitely go off the rails. I think you would put more on my face than just tomatoes, sir. Man, this is a freaking thing. I really don't know. Like, I think they're an hour behind us. So maybe at 2:30 they'll be on, but quite possibly. Especially if I tell you that, put it on the table. It might end up, That might end my life. Oh shit, that might end my channel. That might end my whole channel and shit. Be like, screw you, we're not even trying. Like, you know, I was even thinking, maybe it's just me. Maybe it's just how I started. I don't know. Maybe I have to start a new channel and try to get up there. I don't know. I don't know. I really am almost half tempted. I got a backup. It was gonna be my my Strictly Kansas City channel, but I don't follow football like that closely. I don't do like I love watching the draft, don't get me wrong. But I don't like watch college football to see recruits and all that stuff. I'm gonna get there. I am definitely gonna try. Like, I don't know what I gotta do. I mean, well, I'm too fat to do a striptease. I'm really not that bad of a person. I just don't. I don't know. The trolls seem to like me. The trolls seem to like me. I'm just a lighthearted person. Like, I just want to, yeah. Bum, bum, bum. Bum, bum, bum. You're driving and you messed up. You typed all that mumbo jumbo. But I will get there. I was trying this vertical live to see, because I get more views on the vertical live, but nobody types. Like, I do live, and even when I get a lot of people in my regular lives, like not the vertical lives, I get people in there, just nobody types. Like, I don't know. So at least I'm funny to listen to, or they like listening to me or something. Maybe. I mean, because I know that I have some people that watch me on TV. They did watch me on the TV, so you can't type when you're watching me on the TV. So I do appreciate them. But it's hard when you don't think anybody's listening to you. And I'm an introvert, so this is really new to me. New to me. That's why I said I need a co-host. I really do. Not doing trials. Like, trials I could probably handle by myself. But, like, to get into true crime and stuff, I figured something. You were either driving or something. Okay, well, work hard so you can put it in my hand. But yeah, I don't know. I've never had a problem with people not liking me. So YouTube is a different species, I guess. If I was a hot blonde now, I would probably have like thousands and thousands of subs by now. But because I'm not a hot blonde and I'm old, they're like, no, and I'm fat. That's another thing. They're like, bitch, not doing it today, ma'am. I will get there. I will. I can't get frustrated. Like, it's gonna come when it comes. All that great stuff. Let me see about Karen Reed, if there's any updates about Karen Reed. No, not on there. I need to know on X.com, baby. Oh, I can do that. I just don't like having too many tabs open because it makes you all bunkified. Something went wrong. It's not your fault. Is X down or something? It's gotta be me. Fuck out of here. Hello. Fuck out of here then. Okay, I can't do it there. I have to do it on my phone then. Jesus. Picky, picky. Picky, picky. I wish we'd hurry up and start again. 15 more minutes. This has been grueling. So grueling. It's really been hard. It's tough being a streamer. Oh, shit. Fuck, it's hard being out here being a fan. It's hard being a streamer. Screw it. Ew. And I don't do TikTok. I can't do TikTok. I'm sending money to someone that likes and reposts. Drop your Cash App. Make sure your phone. Yeah, right. You ain't doing all that. You know, all these scams on YouTube, on X is ridiculous. Redunculous. Drink your weed one sip at a time. Well, okay, send it to me. No new jurors. Wow. No new jurors added. Holy smokes. They ain't never gonna get a jury. Okay. Wow, no new jurors. Looks like my rewatch continues on the Karen retrial. Trial 1. I think that they're not adding jurors because they appealed to the Supreme Court of the United States of America to get those 2 charges off. Double jeopardy. My kid will be almost home. Holy cow, the day went by quick. The day went by quick. You know, if I end up looking like LORIVALLOW, I'm going to go get some IV therapy where they put whatever you had as a kid that depletes over time when you get older in your veins. And it helps with wrinkles and shit and your face glowing and all that great stuff. Because, man, that bitch looks fucking rough. Like, she looks so rough. She didn't look that rough when she was on the run, but after she got caught, boy, jail is making her look rough. I don't even know how old she is. She's like in her 50s. That shit's crazy. 50 years old. Hit the like, share, subscribe, please. Thank you. Guess I'll put that in there. But she looks rough for a 50-year-old. Shit, my dad was 60 and he didn't even look it. I'm starting to get wrinkles and I don't like it. So when I get rich and famous, I'm going to go get some IV therapy once a week. Or no, once a month. Is it once a month? Once a week. I think you start out once a week and then you go back once a month. After the first month of going every week, you go once a month, I think. But yeah, that seems like a good idea. And then you get energy with it and all that great stuff. I would really want to try it. You know? Maybe, just maybe it will tighten my skin, hopefully. Because I can't do these wrinkles. I hate being a white person because you get all these wrinkles. You don't age gracefully. Dang it. Both my parents didn't look the age that they were, though. To the cannabis shop, I wish. I wish I had money for that, too, West Sider Rider. I'm a poor bitch. I need IV therapy and fucking cannabis, yes. Let's go. Although I can't have cannabis. Oh, shit, I gotta call the pain clinic. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Maybe that's what I could do while I'm waiting. Maybe they'll give me some cannabis. I forgot they called me today. Shit. Okay, let me go on mute. This music's crazy. I will be right back. I'm still here. I'm just still on the phone. Court should be starting up here in just a minute. Oh, I talked to 3 people already. Just opening. Cold Pepsi, we're just waiting on Lorivallow to start her opening. Oh, this one's mine. I'm done. Yeah, we're just waiting on opening. I don't know. This is crazy. It's taking forever. Yeah, I don't know. Like, they went, so the state did their opening, then they went to lunch. Now we're waiting for them to come back. The stream is delayed by half an hour because, in case they might have to shock her, I guess they don't want us to see it. But I'm waiting because her what do you call it? Her opening should be mighty entertaining, to say the least. I don't know if she's gonna go off the rails or not, but we shall see. We shall see. All this hoopla when you're stuck in prison for the rest of your life is crazy, though. I will say that. I will say that. It's just crazy. What do I need? Oh. Oh, they need to hurry, though. They need to freaking hurry. Remind me never ever to call family when you're on live. Holy cow. Anyways. That was fun. Well, and we're still on break. Come on, come back, Lori. I think we got like 8 minutes. 8 minutes. I think they came back at 1:30. 1:30, and it's almost 2 there. So yeah, they should be back because they're on a half an hour delay just in case they gotta shock somebody. You know, they gotta shock somebody. But yeah, man, don't ever. Man, I'm never calling family when I'm on the phone. I thought it was gonna be. I mean, on live, I thought it was gonna be quick, fast. Nah, that was the longest conversation ever. I'm like, "Kay, I gotta go. Kay, I gotta go." As much as I love ya, I gotta go. I guess I better get all the talk time I can with him because normally he doesn't stay out of freaking prison. So hey, whatever. Oh, come on, Lori. Let's go. I think she's gonna go off the rails. I want to take bets on this. I think she's gonna go way off the bell. She's gonna be accusing everybody. They did this to me. I'm a victim. This was a tragedy. They turned into a crime. Oh my god. I cannot wait for this freaking opening. I swear to you. I don't know if they're going to start with testimony today. I got to see her cross-examine. I bet you that's going to be off the rails too. I bet you that's going to be, oh my god, that's going to be great. That's going to be freaking great. This is going to be fun, yo. This is going to be fun. Let me see. Hold on. Yeah. Ready to see what's next. Come on, baby. Since, Karen Reed, they can't get a damn jury. They still at 10. They haven't on Friday, and they haven't gained any today. So, and they had some jurors freaking saying that they were in the jury pool anyways, social media. It's like, that's not what you're supposed to do, sirs. It's pretty crazy this morning. They should have got a tongue lashing. Like, everybody's trying to get clout. Everybody. That's crazy. Okay, the music stopped. Where's the freaking party? Where's the party? I didn't realize how, weird she looks. Oh, I better mute this up because the dogs are going to bark because my kid's coming home. Oh, Lord. And they like to bark at everybody coming in this house. I don't care who it is. And to imagine that Brian Albert's dog didn't bark that morning. Yeah. Man, they got rid of Chloe after that. I don't care. They took off the music, but yet there's nothing. It's only 2:56. Okay, let me mute. We got action. We on, baby. Let's go. Come on, let's get her going. Let's go. Here. What mess? Wow, you guys got in trash? Bad puppies. That's why you don't leave it on the ground. Where was it? Oh, yeah, so many got in your trash bin. Okay.
Give me the card and the keys, and I'll go when I need that.
Okay. Try this one first. I don't know if it works, but try that one first.
Stop touching me, you fucking
And I
bitch.
think you. Oh, here's your drink.
Thank you.
The reason why is because I don't know something, so I had to set it up here because it was like it wasn't spilling fully, but it was coming out.
Because I woke up and I was like,
All right, we're on the record. State of Arizona versus Lori Daybell. The attorneys are present, the defendant's present,
it was at like
the jury is
5.
not present.
This one? This one?
Yeah, and I don't think this one will work
Jury.
because
Yes,
last
Your
night
Alright.
I got 2. I don't know.
Let's bring in the jury.
I do this one. Oh wait, look at my cash app and see how much I have.
Well, hurry up, girl.
I gotta know how much I got on my cash app first. You mean they didn't fill the fucking goddamn?
137.
They haven't taken the fucking money yet? I don't know why they haven't taken
Okay,
the money
I
yet.
don't care. I have to piss.
There. But anyways,
Give me colors in order. Green.
green, yellow, yellow, and then the black,
Okay.
I guess. Come on! Are we bringing in the jury? Is that what we're doing? Please hurry. I cannot wait for this shit show. Let's see what goes on. Let's see what she's up to. Let's see if it's the normal Vallow or Daybell. Is it her or is it her trying to recruit people into her cult? Well, we're gonna see. We're gonna see which Lori we get.
All rise for the jury.
Okay, the jury's coming in. Woohoo! We're gonna get started, baby.
All right, the jury is now present. Please be seated. All right, the defendant can proceed with her opening statement.
Let's go. Okay, I'm going to smoke, but I'm yeah. I'm excited for this, boy.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I have been charged with a crime, a serious crime. And the only question here is, did I commit this crime? Conspiracy. Conspiracy is an agreement between 2 or more people to commit a crime. Okay, so you see, okay. There has to be an agreement. There has to be a plan. The evidence in this case will show that Charles Vallow and I got married in February 2006. It will show that it was my 4th marriage and Charles' 3rd marriage. At that time, we each had 2 children. I had Colby, who was 9, and Tylee, who was 3. Charles had Cole, who was also 9, and Zach, who was 7. The evidence will show that our family moved from Austin, Texas to Chandler, Arizona in 2009. The evidence will show that Charles and I adopted our great-nephew, JJ, who was born in 2012. It will also show that Charles and I were married for over 13 years and were raising 5 children. The evidence will show that I was a licensed cosmetologist and worked as a hairstylist for 20 years while we lived in Austin, Texas. The evidence will show that Charles was a licensed life insurance salesman and worked as an independent contractor, selling life insurance policies and annuities, and owned his own business. The evidence will show that Charles and I purchased life insurance policies early in our marriage, and Charles had them issued to the maximum amount possible to each of us. The evidence will show that Charles was 17 years older than me, and that because of Charles' age and an issue that he had with high blood pressure, the maximum amount of life insurance that could be approved for Charles was $1 million. The maximum amount of life insurance that I could be approved for because of my age and my health was $2 million. The evidence will show that throughout our 13-year marriage, that we always had life insurance policies. When a 10-year policy lapsed, Charles would shop for another company who would approve us for the maximum amount of life insurance. The evidence will show that this was Charles' job. This is what he did. I helped him in this business, and this is what he did. The evidence will show that in 2016, Charles repurchased a new $2 million life insurance policy on me, and he was the sole beneficiary. The evidence will show that Charles and I had a happy marriage for 13 years, that he was, in fact, a baseball player, and that he played high school, college ball, and AAA ball, and that he was, in fact, a left-handed pitcher, a southpaw, they call him, but he was a right-handed batter, as could be attested to by anybody who knew Charles well and his high school baseball coach, Greg Davis. The evidence will show that Tylee was, and in 2014, our family moved from Chandler, Arizona to Kauai, Hawaii. We lived there for 3.5 years and returned to Chandler in 2017. The evidence will show that Tylee was 3 years old when Charles and I got married, and that when she became a teenager, the relationship between Tylee and her stepfather, Charles, became so difficult that Tylee and Charles had to seek a therapist, a family therapist, to stop them from fighting. The evidence will show that together, Charles and Tylee met with this therapist after we moved back to the mainland in 2017. The evidence will show that in April of 2018, Tylee's biological father passed away from a heart attack. And at that time, Charles called Social Security and made an appointment at the Social Security
I'm going to
office.
object to hearsay.
Sustain.
It will show that we did get Social Security for Tylee for her deceased father until she was 18 years old, and she was 15 years old at the time. The evidence will show that Charles and Tylee's fighting increased greatly in January of 2019 when Charles and I temporarily separated. The evidence will show that several people witnessed these terrible arguments between Tylee and Charles that increased to physical in 2019. Charles and Tylee had major increasing arguments, 2 in February of 2019, 1 of March in 2019, which was captured on video, 1 in May of 2019, 1 in June of 2019, and then the worst of all in July 2019. The evidence will show that in March of 2019, Charles pulled JJ out of his special school and moved him to Houston, Texas, while we were temporarily separated. Tylee and I then joined Charles and JJ in Texas in April 2019 to reconcile. The evidence will show that JJ was diagnosed with severe autism when he was 3 years old while we lived in Hawaii. The evidence will show that for 2 years, JJ was attending a school in Gilbert, Arizona, a special school for children with autism. It's called Lawrence Life Academy. The evidence will show that in June of 2019, in JJ's best interest, Tylee, JJ, and I moved back to Chandler, Arizona to re-enroll JJ back in Lawrence Life Academy since he had a difficult time with the Houston, Texas schools with no services for his autism. The evidence will show that Charles and I agreed it was in JJ's best interest to be in school where more services were available to him, so Charles and I rented a house here in Chandler. On the day in question, July 11th, 2019, Charles and I were renting 2 houses, one in Houston, Texas, where he mainly resided, and one in Chandler, Arizona, where I resided with our 2 minor children, Tylee and JJ. By this time, our 3 older boys, Colby, Cole, and Zach, were adults and not living at home any longer. The evidence will show that during the months of June and July, that my husband, Charles Vallow, began to send me threatening text messages. These messages were seen by my sister Summer, and that worried her. The evidence will show that Charles insisted on flying into Phoenix on July 10th, as we've heard from the state. The evidence will show that I advised Charles that he could not stay with us at the Chandler house because he could not get along with Tylee, and I did not want them to get into another fight like they had 3 weeks prior. The evidence will show that it was ultimately decided between Charles and I on text messages that he would stay in a hotel because he traveled for business all the time and stayed in hotels all the time, and that I would book it for him since I worked for him and booked all of his travel. The evidence will show that Charles did in fact fly into Phoenix on Wednesday, July 10th, and stayed in the hotel that I booked for him. The evidence will show that Charles paid to fly my brother Adam Cox into Phoenix from Kansas on the same day, Wednesday, July 10th, 2019. The evidence will show that Charles planned to come to our Chandler home and pick up JJ and drive him to school on Thursday morning, July 11th, 2019. The evidence will also show you that Lauren's Life Academy opens its gates at 8:25 a.m. in the morning. And the evidence will show that Charles showed up at our Chandler residence around 7:30 in the rental car I booked for him on the morning of Thursday, July 11th, 2019. The evidence will show that Charles began texting with my brother, Adam Cox, before he entered our residence. And that Charles and Adam were discussing in their text communications that my other brother, Alex Cox, was at the residence. The evidence will show that on the morning of July 11th, that Tylee was asleep in her room and my brother Alex was asleep in the guest room. The evidence will show that when Charles entered the house, only JJ and I were awake and present. The evidence will show that after we put JJ in the rental car, that Charles came back into the residence to receive his phone, leaving JJ in the front seat of the rental car with the engine running. He was 7 years old. The evidence will show that Charles began to scream at me when I refused to hand him his phone. The evidence will show that Charles' screaming woke up Tylee and Alex. The evidence will show that Tylee came out of her room with a bat to protect me, her mother, from her stepfather, Charles Vallow. The evidence will show that Tylee and Charles fought over the bat, and that after a struggle over the bat, Tylee fell onto the ground. And Charles lifted up the bat to hit Tylee with the bat. The evidence will show that Alex then intervened to protect Tylee from being hit with the bat. He did not have a gun. He was not wearing a shirt. He was pulling up his jeans because he just woke up and came into the room where he heard the screaming. The evidence will show that Alex and Charles got into a physical struggle for the bat and fell onto the ground. The evidence will show that Tylee, who was on the ground, was lifted up by me and sent outside to get away from the struggle and to protect JJ, who was still in the running car, in the rental car in the driveway. The evidence will show that after the struggle on the ground between Charles and Alex, that Charles prevailed with the bat and began to come towards me with the bat as I ran away from him into the kitchen. The evidence will show that at some point while I was running away from Charles, who was chasing me with the bat, that Alex apparently retrieved his gun. The evidence will show that I ran outside to the children and that Alex shot Charles in self-defense. The evidence will show that Tylee and I had both run outside without shoes. The evidence will show that JJ was still in the front seat of the rental car with the engine running and struggling to get out of the car. Tylee was trying to keep him in. The evidence will show that Tylee and I got into the rental car with JJ and drove away. The evidence will show you that I drove the children away from the residence towards JJ's school.
I knew she was gonna do this crying shit to garner sympathy. Yeah, your whole family's dead, lady.
The evidence will show.
And you'll never
that I
tell
drove
the
the
truth
children
about
through
it.
the Burger
Never.
King drive-through that Charles had
Because you're the
promised
righteous
JJ.
one and they had zombies and all this other crazy.
The evidence will show that we continued to drive towards JJ's
Judy,
school
stop that.
and that the gate was not yet open at JJ's school. So we drove a block west of the school to a Walgreens where I ran in to purchase flip-flops for Tylee and myself so that we could walk JJ into school on the hot pavement. The evidence will show that Tylee and I returned directly to our residence where we met with police in our driveway. The evidence will show that
I don't
we were
remember
spoken
you
to by-
crying on body cam. I don't remember you crying in the police interviews. I don't remember that. Maybe I'm nuts. Hey, the dogs are getting in your garbage.
by the Chandler police officers.
Or it's you.
And the evidence will show that Tylee and I were told by the Chandler police detectives that Charles had passed away. The evidence will show that we were put into a police van and driven to the Chandler Police Department. The evidence will show that Alex was taken by police in a police car to the Chandler Police Department.
Yep.
And that we were
Oh,
all
I'm
three
sorry.
separated
I
into
better show some
interrogation rooms,
sympathy.
and we were each
How can I
interviewed.
show sympathy when? Because
The evidence will show that next, Tylee and I were brought
okay,
back together
she's
into a
innocent
room
until
at the
proven
Chandler Police
guilty,
Department and were
even though she's
introduced
been
to a
proven
victim's
guilty
advocate.
of her
was
children's
very
death.
kind
But
to
okay,
us.
I'll show sympathy.
The evidence will show
For
that
her.
after speaking to the victim's advocate, that Tylee, Alex, and myself
But I didn't
were
see
put
all
back
this
into the
crying
police
and
van
stuff in the
driven
police
back to our
videos.
residence.
I didn't see all this emotion in the police
We were
videos.
directed by the Chandler detectives
Maybe
to
I
take the
missed it.
rental car
Maybe
and
I missed
return
it.
later to the residence after we picked up JJ from school. The evidence will show that we did as instructed by the
Let's
Chandler
show that
detectives.
she is crying. Yes.
The evidence will show that we
Yes.
drove to Alex's residence where we attended to the wound on the back of his head.
I got to see
The
this
evidence will
wound
show that
because
Alex was then
he wasn't
contacted
bleeding.
by the Chandler detectives
That ain't
to
much of a
return to the
wound.
residence
Not
so
to
that Alex
commit-
could walk them
I
through
mean,
the
not to kill
events that
somebody, for
occurred
fuck's
with the
sakes.
detectives at the residence. The evidence will show that Alex, Tylee, and I did return to the residence as instructed. And the evidence will show that Alex entered into the residence with Detective Moffett, but
And
that
JJ
Tylee and I
was
were
nowhere
met
to
by
be
Detective
found.
Inkland in the front yard. The evidence will show that at the time, Detective Inkland asked Tylee and myself if we had Charles' cell phone. Tylee retrieved Charles' cell phone from the rental car and gave it to Detective Inkland at 3:11 p.m. on July 11th, 2019. And at that time, Charles' phone was placed in the custody of Chandler Police detectives. The evidence will show that Detective Inkland asked us if we knew the passcode on Charles' phone, which Tylee proceeded to give to Detective Inkland.
Is this
Evidence
all
will show
Tylee's
that
fault
Tylee and I-
too? Is this all Tylee's fault too? Because we know you blamed fucking Tylee for unaliving your son. And then you said that she just took herself out. But how, if you take yourself out, how do you end up being dismembered and all that other junk? Girl, please.
I left the residence to pick up JJ from school, while Alex remained at the residence with the detectives. The evidence will show that by the time Tylee, JJ, and I returned to the residence, that all police, EMS, CSI,
Hey,
and detectives were
yums.
gone from the residence and only Alex remained. The evidence will show that the next day,
The
I
evidence will
contacted
show
Chandler
that
police
you're
to
full of
inform
shit.
them that Charles' belongings were still at the hotel.
The evidence
I
will
asked-
show
I asked the
that
detective
you're a
if I should
quote
go get
mom.
them, and I was told that they would take care of it. The evidence will show that I asked the detectives, what should we do next?
I lack empathy for people that create their own problems, okay? I lack empathy for that. Like, take accountability in what the hell you've done. You know, I mean, you've done some wicked shit, lady. But yeah, I want to see, like, you made people believe that you're some fucking prophet, that, you know, you hide behind a religion, you and your new husband, your fifth husband to be exact. Lady, you I like empathy for people like this. I show empathy towards Karen because I believe she's being railroaded. But this lady, she has created her own problems. Her whole family is dead. Dead. And they were in her care. He went to her house.
And they directed us that they would contact us in about 3 weeks after their supervisor passed off their reports, and Alex could go to the police station and retrieve his gun. The evidence will show that the last thing I heard from Chandler Police Department until June of 2021, 2 years later, when I received a grand jury indictment from them for this alleged crime. The evidence will show that Chandler Police treated this incident as self-defense.
I'm going to object to that.
How do you know?
Objection
How do you know
is
they
just
treated
for
it as self-defense? They were still doing an open investigation, lady. You guys were on the run. Alex Cox. The reason why it didn't really go, nothing really happened with your brother is because he miraculously died too. The one that was doing all your killings for you. Lady?
last statement.
The evidence will show you that my brother, Alex Cox, passed away on December 12th, 2019, almost exactly 5 months to the day after Charles, my husband, passed away.
Yeah, and he died the same way that freaking Tammy Daybell did. Pink foam coming out of her mouth. Both were healthy. Just weird. Weird. And you're behind it. You're fucking behind it. I don't care. I don't know if you poisoned him because you couldn't have him as a witness. I don't. You maybe you thought he was gonna turn on you. I don't know. Maybe he wasn't following your. Did he turn into a zombie too? Since everybody around you, but you and Chad, you're the guardian angels of all. You're the chosen ones, right? Nobody's chosen. Nobody's better than anybody. Who is it? Who is it that made you God to take somebody's life away?
The evidence will show that Alex passed away from a blood clot in his lung.
Objection.
That is not true.
Again.
I'll sustain the objection. It's not relevant for this matter.
The evidence will show you that I am the only person being charged with this crime.
I'm going to object to the relevance of that.
Sustain.
The only reason why you're the only one being charged with this crime is because your brother is dead, lady. Cry me a river, build a bridge, get the fuck over it. Jesus.
As the state has mentioned, they're alleging that insurance money was my motive.
It was.
Social
was.
Security was my motive. Spouses having insurance policies is not a crime. Collecting Social Security is not a crime.
But usually, you know, when people like have a legit reason, you know, they don't hurry up and call the insurance company right away, like you did.
Self-defense is not a crime. A family tragedy is not a crime.
Huh,
It's a tragedy.
huh, huh. You call all this tragedies. Oh, it's a tragedy. It's a tragedy. It's not a crime. It's a tragedy. Don't downplay what the fuck is going on. Lives were lost. It was more than a tragedy. You put it in people's minds that they're zombies. You had your brother do your offings. Oh, wow. I thought she was going to take the whole
Thank
fucking
you. I'm
day.
gonna go get him.
Holy shit. I thought she was going to take the whole fucking day. That was really short and sweet, but it's no tragedy. God damn it. Look at the judge's face. The judge's face says it all, like me. For fuck's sakes, what are we doing? He's like, I really can't believe this shit. Murder was the case that they gave me. Hey, Jordan, I've been thinking about you, bro. Where the fuck you been? Murder was the case that they gave me. They did try to give him a murder rap. I remember that. Come on. Here's the keys. Swiss cheese. And two, possibly. Hopefully. Please. I'm begging. No. Well, come on. What is he doing? Taking fucking his sweet goddamn time? Shit. They don't know how to hurry in freaking Arizona, do they?
All right, sir, you're going to come up right here. My clerk will swear you in right here.
Do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
All right, you're going to have a seat up here.
He's got resting asshole face. Like he's just not with it.
Sir, would you please tell the jury your name?
My name's Sergeant Erwin Worsbicky. I work for the Chandler Police Department.
How long have you worked for the Chandler Police Department?
June will be 10 years.
Did you have any prior law enforcement experience?
I had 10 years in Illinois.
Back on July 11th of 2019, what were your duties at that time?
I was working
He
as a
shall
patrol
see
officer.
too, right?
Beat 18.
Because it was
And
a
what were your hours?
tragedy. It was a family tragedy, not a crime. But even though my whole family is dead, it was a family tragedy. And they didn't die at the same time. They died months within each other. Fucking crazy. I mean, I think her son was already dead at this point. I really do. I think her son was dead at this point, but whatever. And but to where their daughter was dismembered and shit like that don't make no fucking sense. It don't make no freaking sense. But whatever. I know nothing.
0600 to 1600.
Is that 6 a.m.?
6 a.m. to 4 p.m. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Were
I
you
appreciate
dispatched to a
that.
residence at
I appreciate that.
5531 South Four Peaks Place in Chandler, Maricopa County, Arizona?
Yes, ma'am.
And what were you dispatched
I'm trying to get
was a
1,000,
shooting.
you know, so that
Were
makes
you the
me
first
happy.
on the scene when you arrived?
I
What
was,
did you
ma'am.
see? Okay. What were you wearing at the time?
I was in full patrol uniform.
Does the Chandler Police Department back then, did they have body worn camera?
They did.
And can you describe where that was?
And I think like 3 out of her 5 husbands are dead, if I remember right. You know, she says the one died of a heart attack, supposedly. That was Tylee's dad, and then she has JJ's dad, or no, Colby's dad. And then I think Colby's dad, I don't know if he's still living or whatnot, but her case is just wild, and she's a wackadoodle. She's a wackadoodle. Like, she thinks she can charm her way with men. Like, I watched one interview with her with a man and one interview with a woman. Like, she's all nice and like, you know, like motherly when it comes to women, but you know, she's like, I don't know. It's just weird. It's weird to see.
And how that works.
I
let
believe
me
back then I
pick you
wore it
up.
on my left shoulder.
Okay. And how does it get activated?
You have to press a button and it'll turn it on.
Does it normally record audio?
Oh, we're
Yes.
gonna see body cam footage. Let's
And
go.
did you have that on and did you activate it when you arrived to the scene?
Yes, ma'am.
Were there other officers on scene at some point when you got there?
After I arrived, yes.
You're saying it was 1960, so I pulled a printer to see if I could get.
What
What
other
the hell was
officers
that?
arrived on scene?
What was-
Right after I arrived, Officer Krautheim arrived.
I'm wondering if this is why they wanted
Can
a
you
30-minute
describe
delay.
to us sort of
because
what
they were going
happened
to show
as
body cam
you
footage and
get to the
and it
scene? How
has
did you guys,
him
you and
deceased
Officer
on the
Krautheim,
ground.
handle the situation?
When I was getting out of the car, I believe the gentleman that called in was still on the phone, and we advised dispatch to tell him to come out with nothing in his hands except his phone. As he opened up or came out the front door, I started giving him commands. That was what I wanted him to do.
So you're talking with dispatch. Is that the same as 911?
Yes,
Start,
it's the same
Kitty.
dispatch center.
So is the person who's talking to the 911 person then just relaying information to you?
Yes,
So you're able to tell that person, tell dispatch to tell the person to come out.
yes,
Did you and Officer Krautheim have someone come out?
Oh,
Yes.
this is so good.
Can you describe for us the person's demeanor as they're first exiting?
he was very nonchalant, very compliant with us.
Okay. You said he still had his phone?
Yes,
He wasn't
Do you
distraught
recall
or
if his other
anything.
hand was up?
I do not recall.
Do you recall where he came out of from the house?
He came out the front door.
When he exited the house,
This is a good.
what did you
this is-
guys have him do?
I've seen all
We
the
gave him commands to come towards us and then have a seat on the curb.
Okay. So there's just 2 of you officers still at this point?
Yes.
What did you do at this point?
I decided to go check for anybody that was injured inside and clear the house, make sure there was nobody else in there.
Okay. What did Officer Krautheim do?
I believe he started speaking to the gentleman that we had come out the house.
So he stayed outside
Yes,
and you went into the house?
yes, ma'am.
When you talk about
I wish
clearing
I
the
had a
house,
beer,
can you
'cause this
tell us
would
what
be
that means?
good.
What do you do?
Drink
Just wanted to make sure that if anyone needed aid rendered to them, we could render aid to them, or if there are any more suspects in the residence.
I'm a broke bitch.
then we
I
could try
can't
to
afford beer.
apprehend them.
Does that mean that you walked through the entire house?
I believe so, yes.
And all that's when your body cam is on?
Yes, ma'am.
When you first entered that house, can you describe for us what you saw when you walked in that front door?
I try to.
Initially, when
really do.
I
try
walked in,
to.
it opened up into like a day room or something like that. And just off to the right, I saw
This
somebody
is
laying on
gonna.
the ground.
This is gonna be a
motionless.
shit show. I
Did
already
you
know.
notice anything about that room?
It was empty.
Expensive and try to
no
down
No furniture. Yes, it was just an empty room.
This is gonna be good.
The person that you saw to the right, male or female?
Male.
And can you describe how you saw
Nothing
him
beats the
lying
Karen
on the
Reed
ground?
case, though.
Yeah, he was laying
Find out for
on his back, I believe with both of his hands to his side, motionless.
On the YSL
Um,
trial. That
And
trial
then I
was
went
wild too.
over to him to check his pulse.
Is that standard for police to check the welfare of any potential victims?
Yes,
I'm still here. I gotta
When
go.
you checked the pulse, did you find one?
no.
Did you notice anything else about this victim?
Yeah, I noticed that there were 2 apparent gunshot wounds to his chest area, and there was blood pooling in like his kind of like neck collar area.
Did he appear to still be alive to you?
No,
As part of your job, both with your prior experience in Illinois and your experience here in Arizona, have you seen deceased people before?
yes, ma'am.
Did you think this person was dead?
Yes, ma'am.
If you didn't think he was dead, are police trained to do CPR?
Yes, ma'am. We're all certified to,
Would you have
Yeah.
done that if you believed that would have helped him?
absolutely.
So even though a person appears deceased to you, is fire still called out to check on them?
Yes.
Why is that?
They go through their own process and procedures, and I believe they usually give the official time of death.
Did you notice anything else in that room where that male was lying?
I can't think of anything right now, no.
Do you recall seeing any projectiles on the ground near the victim?
Objection, leading.
It's a yes or no question.
I believe I did, yes.
When you walked in the house after you saw this male on the ground, did you continue through the house?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that to clear it?
Yes.
And will paramedics or fire come in if you haven't cleared the house yet?
Usually no.
So they want to make sure it's okay as well?
Yes.
After you cleared the house, did you, or as you were clearing the house, did you ever locate any weapons?
Yes, I believe we located a firearm in one of the back bedrooms.
Did you touch that in any way?
I don't recall.
Okay. After you cleared the house, did fire enter?
Yes, ma'am.
And what did fire do?
They began to try to render aid to the victim.
Fire came in, were other officers now on scene?
Yes.
Were you still wearing and recording with your body cam?
Yes, ma'am.
Does the body cam, you told us that it's on your shoulder. Does it always show where you're looking?
No.
So your eyes or your head can be turned to a different direction than what the camera is actually
Yeah,
showing?
if I was turning talking to the judge, my camera would be facing the crowd.
I want to show you a video. And if I can have my paralegal bring that up and have him identify it. And sir, if you could just look at that and let me know if you recognize that as your body cam minus the audio of it.
Yeah, that's my body cam.
Do you recognize that as you in it?
Yes, ma'am.
And you have previously watched that?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, the state will move to admit exhibit number 2, I believe. Exhibit number 2 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
Two is admitted.
And Your Honor, if we may publish it.
You may. It's also right there.
So this is the house you're walking up to, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
As you're talking to dispatch?
Yes.
And this is the individual that is coming out that you asked dispatch to have come out?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that Officer Krautheim in the back?
It is.
Are you announcing
Yes, ma'am.
that standard?
Yes.
That where you checked to see if this male had a pulse?
Yes, ma'am.
That the weapon that you told us that you found?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you letting people know on your radio that you've found a weapon?
I believe so, yes.
You told us that other officers were arriving?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that what we see here happening?
Yes.
And is fire also starting to come in?
I believe they were right behind him, yes.
That you continued to clear the rest of the house?
Yes, ma'am.
So what do we see there?
It appears that the fire is rendering aid to the victim, or attempting to.
Were you walking around trying to find identification for the individual on the ground?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you able to ever find an identification for him?
I was not.
So no wallet laying around,
No.
no ID in his pocket?
I didn't check his pockets, but no, I don't think fire found one.
So you're kind of talking with them to let them know who this is as well?
Yes,
Because they're documenting it.
yes.
And is that the individual who came out with the phone from the house?
Yes, ma'am.
The one that dispatch and 911 told to come out?
Yes.
When you were interacting with him there, what was his demeanor like?
He was extremely calm.
You told us that you were looking for the wallet for this individual. Did it seem unusual to you that you couldn't find one?
I wouldn't say it was unusual. I didn't know if he lived there or not, so I just kind of looked around to see if there was anything laying around.
Is this you still trying to see if there's anything in the residence that might be related to that individual?
I think I was just giving Officer Cohen a recap of what I already went and looked through.
What I've shown defense counsel or defendant exhibits 3 and 4. I have a paralegal and goes to up to the officer to review as well. Do you recognize those as sort of screenshots of 2 different views during your body cam footage?
Yes.
State will move to admit.
Wait, didn't she have his wallet in his phone? I'm confused. Where the hell was his wallet? Yeah, that's kind of weird. Especially as a professional man like that. Like, I don't know why you would leave home without a wallet, but anyways, okay.
Exhibits 3 and 4.
Any objection?
No objection.
3 and 4 admitted.
And if I may publish them.
You definitely got a demeanor like a cop. That's for freaking sure. What's he looking at?
So in this photo, when you were looking at it, were you
Oh,
able to see here's where you are checking to see the pulse of this individual?
Yes, ma'am.
And did this also reflect what you had talked about of the blood pooling that had run towards his neck area?
Yes.
Exhibit 4.
blood going to his neck area if he was shot.
Is
Oh.
this
I'm confused.
sort of when we first see you walk back in and we see fire working on the individual?
Yes.
He must have bled out quick. Damn. Ain't that about a bitch?
You told us that when that individual who was on the call with 911 came out, that you observed the phone with him. He was kind of holding it.
Yeah.
Did you ever see any other phone in the house as you were looking around? Anything obvious laying around?
I don't recall, no. I don't believe I did.
No phone on the ground near the deceased male?
Not that I recall, no.
After you had cleared the house, allowed fire to enter, and other officers were arriving, were you tasked with going out to put up some crime scene tape?
Yes, ma'am.
What does that mean?
It's just tape that keeps the general public out, keeps the media out, so we have a secure scene and it doesn't get tainted by anybody or anything.
So that included both the house and some of the street.
Yes, ma'am.
Did that sort of end your involvement?
Yes.
Thank you. I have no other questions.
All right, cross-examination.
Oh, here we go. Here we go. I'm not. I keep losing. I lose subscribers, and then I gain them, and then
Where's Vicky?
I-
Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
I like to get that.
nobody likes me.
You said that
But I'm trying.
the individual exiting the
I'm gonna
house
get
was
there.
nonchalant. Is that correct?
I don't know if I use those words, but he seemed very calm, yes.
Very calm.
Yes.
Is that the same thing to you as nonchalant?
I wouldn't use that word, so I would say he looked very calm and unbothered.
But you said nonchalant a minute ago.
I don't recall saying that.
Okay. Does everyone act the same in a stressful situation that you've experienced? No? Are you qualified to give someone a psychological evaluation?
No.
No.
I'm trying. I'm staying on the grind.
You put your hand
Well-
on my husband's neck for checking for a pulse. Is that correct?
Yes.
But we need you to go live. I mean, it's been 4 months. 4 months. You said 4 months. 4 months. We need a Random Thoughts podcast about your favorite person.
Yes, ma'am.
That's what you did when you first came in?
Yes.
Did you perform CPR?
No,
No. Why not?
because it was apparent to me that he was deceased.
And that's not your protocol
To what?
to perform CPR until fire comes in?
Not if it's going to make it even worse because they had apparent gunshot wounds to the chest.
What do you mean by that?
Well, if I start pumping on his chest, it's going to start spewing blood out of his chest. Even at a more
Duh,
rapid pace.
Lori. Duh. Hey, Krista. How you doing, hon?
So
I'm
when the
doing all right.
911 operator was telling my
Hang in
brother to
there.
do that, that same thing would happen?
All depends on when the call came into dispatch.
But I'm saying if you're doing CPR on someone with a,
Are you that dumb, Lori? You can't do CPR with someone with a chest wound unless you have somebody that's holding the wound, wherever it is. If it's a through and through, you have to hold the back and the chest. You understand? Like, Lori, you're, never mind.
a gunshot wound in the chest, on the chest.
Could, yes.
Okay.
You can perform CPR, but you have to be careful how you do it, Lori. And the only ones that can do that is EMT. Really, they're the ones that know how to specifically hold and pump somebody at the same time without them losing blood like that.
You said something else. You said fire gives official time of death. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And what was that time of death? Do you know?
I do not recall.
He's not fire.
And you cleared the house before fire came in. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you were looking for some kind of identification?
When I
Yes.
cleared the house,
Yes.
I was looking for other potential victims and or suspects.
Okay. But you were told on the phone that no one else was in the house but Alex. Is that correct?
I don't recall if I was told that or not.
They still have to do that. That's protocol. Whether they say, "Oh, I'm the only person and I shot this other person in the house," They still have to clear the house for their protection. Oh my God. Why are you so worried about them looking through the house, Lori?
Do you have any crime scene investigation experience?
Just my 20 years of experience as a police officer.
And you said something about, and this is just for me to understand, you said something about the casings being to the left of him or to the right of him?
I didn't say they were to the left or to the right.
Oh, did you say west or east?
No.
Oh, sorry, that was my interpretation. Can you tell me what the weapon was that you found?
It was a handgun.
Was it a 45?
Don't recall.
Okay.
He doesn't do
Could you
like
tell what direction
all that stuff.
the bullet
Lori.
came from?
Based off the way the body was laying, I could assume it came from where his feet were at.
Near the feet?
Mhm.
Did you see the projectile that was in the baseboard?
I don't recall if I saw that or not.
He is just a first responder. He is just the first on call. Like, you're going to get to the crime scene text and all that. You're asking him questions that the crime scene and detectives know, not somebody that's just coming to clear the scene.
You said he did not appear alive, that you already thought that he was deceased. Is that correct? When you entered into the house?
Yes.
What time was that?
I believe I was dispatched to the call at 8:41. So I mean,
It's
if I was
on
gonna
the
make a
body
guess
cam,
on what time
Lori.
I walked into the house, I would say I was probably at the residence within 10 minutes,
So around 8:51 perhaps?
possibly, yes.
Okay. And then when fire took over, is that the normal protocol for fire to take over and do the CPR?
Yes,
And so you didn't do CPR, but they did do the CPR. Is that correct?
yes.
Because they're trained. He's
On
only
top of a
trained.
gunshot wound.
Yes.
Is that normal protocol?
I don't know what their protocol is.
Okay. I'm just asking because I wouldn't think to do that either. And then you said that you went outside to put up the crime scene tape. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Wow.
So you were,
this is
after you
good to
cleared
hear,
the house,
Krista.
you left.
Glad to
and went to
see
the
you.
front
Thanks for
yard?
coming in. I appreciate it.
Yes,
And then you were there for how long at the residence before you left?
Oh God, girl.
I can't
It's
give
all
you a
on
time.
Did you stay for a while or was that the end of your job there?
I don't recall. It was a long
Shush.
time ago. I have no idea how long I was actually on scene for.
And who is your direct supervisor?
I
Like-
believe that day was Sergeant Nocella.
I'm sorry, what was the last name?
Nocella?
Okay. And what contact did you have with Detective Moffat that day?
I don't know if I had any with him on scene.
Okay, what about Detective England, perhaps?
I may have briefly spoke to her while I was on scene.
Okay, one time, two times, three times?
I couldn't tell you a number.
Okay. And then when you have to report to your superior before you left the scene?
He was on scene, I would imagine.
Nocella? Is that
Yes.
what you said? Okay. And then you don't know what time you left, but you arrived at approximately 8:51?
Give or take, yes.
And then did you see me arrive at the scene?
I asked you.
I think as I was leaving.
I didn't see it. Sorry.
So approximately around the time that
no,
I
you
arrived,
could've got
you were
another
leaving.
one.
That's why I came up.
I don't know if I left when you arrived, but I was on my way out of the crime scene as far as I know.
Chips or
Okay. And then you,
Hold on.
said something about 2 wounds. Is that correct?
Yes.
And how did you see the 2 wounds through the shirt?
Just was an observation that I made when I saw him laying on the ground.
So did you see 2 holes in the shirt?
I'm not sure exactly what I saw when I was there, but I could see that there were 2 apparent gunshot wounds to his chest.
And then I'm sure, well, I won't speak for you. So when they began CPR, they did open his shirt. Is that correct?
I have no idea.
Because when you walked by, his shirt was open.
Objection to question.
Yeah, please ask questions only.
Did you discuss this case with Sergeant Nocella?
I don't believe so. I would imagine he was on scene and he got briefed by the detectives.
He got briefed by the detectives? Is that what you
In
said?
fact, I would imagine, yes.
Okay. And then have you spoken to the case agent on this case? How many times would you say?
Who's the case agent?
Oh, Detective Duncan. It's my
Detective
understanding. Mhm.
I mean, I've spoken to him many times in my career.
Regarding this case, how many times do you think you've spoken to Detective Duncan?
I couldn't even put a number on it. I would say very few.
Very few? Like, how many would you guess?
I would say maybe 5 times.
5 times. Thank you. And would that be in-person kind of discussions or?
Yeah, I wouldn't even say they were discussions, probably just in passing.
Okay. So how many times have you emailed with Detective Duncan concerning this case?
Objection to relevance.
Overruled, you can answer if you know.
I have no idea.
What about text messages?
No idea.
Phone calls?
Ma'am, I have no idea.
Okay. And your report that you wrote about this, about how long after the incident did you make your report?
I was done by the end of my work shift at 4 o'clock.
And then did you ever make any revisions to that report?
I don't believe so.
So you left the scene approximately sometime in the morning, and by 4 o'clock that day, you had written your report. Is
Yes.
that correct? And you've never changed anything on your report?
Not that I recall, ma'am.
And the report is exactly as you left it did you review it for this testimony today?
Yes.
And it was exactly the same as when you wrote it at 4 PM on July 11th?
I don't know if I wrote it at 4 PM. It was
Or
done
by 4 p.m.
but It appears to be yes.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I have.
All right, redirect.
Sergeant, you were asked about the shooter's demeanor. Were you just telling us what you observed?
Yes.
What did you observe?
I just observed him very calm and collected after just shooting somebody.
This case is different.
And that's both seeing him come out as
I'm
well as
surprised
having
she
some
didn't
interaction with
keep
him
him on the
curb.
stand longer.
Yes, ma'am.
Jeez.
When a person is been shot and you check for a pulse, and you believe they are deceased, as a police officer, are you supposed to touch the body?
No.
Is the body basically a crime scene?
Yes.
Based upon your training and experience, did you believe that the victim was deceased?
Yes, ma'am.
Do fire have EKG, heart monitors, and things that they use to determine if maybe you missed a pulse?
Yes, ma'am.
When you talked about giving CPR, if an individual is now a crime scene, would giving CPR to that deceased person change the crime scene?
Yes.
And so as someone who believed the person was deceased, you did not want to modify or change the crime scene?
Correct.
You were asked about the gun. Is the gun part of the crime scene?
Yes.
Were you responsible for processing the crime scene?
No.
Why didn't you go in there and pick it up and start handling it?
Because I didn't want to alter where it was laying when he got done using it.
You were asked a lot about when 911 was called, when you were dispatched. This was a few years ago,
Several, yes.
2019.
Yes, ma'am.
Is there something called a CAD report that documents when 911 was called, when you were dispatched, when you arrived, and even when you left?
Yes, ma'am.
Would looking at the CAD report help refresh your recollection as to when those events occurred?
Yes.
If I may have my paralegal provide me with a copy of the CAD report.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's on the body camera on his report.
You want me to?
Starting, does looking at the CAD report help refresh your recollection as to when the 911 call was received?
Yes, ma'am.
When was that?
It was received at 8:36.
Does looking at the CAD report help refresh your recollection as to when you were dispatched?
It appears it was dispatched at 8:37.
So your memory of saying 8:50 or so was perhaps incorrect.
Yes.
Was looking at the CAD report indicate when you arrived?
8:43.
So again, that was a little earlier than your memory was.
Yes, ma'am.
And does looking at the CAD report help determine or refresh your recollection as to when you left the scene?
Yes, ma'am.
When was that?
It's 5:31 p.m.
As a police officer who is one of the first on scene, do you provide briefing or information to your sergeant or the detectives on scene as to what you saw, observed, and did?
If they ask me directly, yes, somebody will brief them that's on scene.
But you have to provide somebody that information to then provide to the detectives?
Yes.
Why is it done that way?
Because usually a supervisor is going to want to know what's going on and what we did, just so the detectives know exactly what they're walking into.
So for instance, if you had had to move the gun, they would want to know that, right?
Yes,
Or if you had moved the body, they would want to know that too, right?
yes,
And if you had found any evidence, would they want to know that as well?
absolutely.
And so is that what you would have to do that day when you are speaking to sergeant or detectives?
Yes.
I have no other questions, Your Honor.
Does any member of the jury have a question for this witness? If so, please.
Oh, wow,
write it on
jury
the
gets to
provided form.
question him.
I'm not seeing any questions come down. You can step down, sir. All right, state can call its next witness.
Thank you.
I like that. Because you can find out what the jury's thinking when they ask
I
questions.
may go get it.
Lori didn't do too bad. I thought she was going to do a lot worse. But she's asking questions of somebody that, you know.
All right, go ahead and have a seat over here to my left.
Sir, would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
I'm Robert Krautheim.
And where do you currently work?
I currently work at the Sandra Day O'Connor Federal Courthouse
Back in 2019, where were you working?
as a Chandler police officer in Chandler, Arizona.
How long did you work for the Chandler Police Department?
25 years.
When did you retire?
About 3 years ago, February.
When you were working there in July of 2019, what were your
Stop
duties
it.
at that time?
I was a patrol officer. I was responding to calls for service.
Okay. And do you recall what your shift was at that time?
It was a day shift. I think I start my shift at 6 and end at 4.
I'm still here. I'm going to smoke. I'll be right back.
Were you working patrol for Chandler
I mean, I'm
Police
still here,
Department
but
on
yeah,
July 11th,
you know,
of 2019
I'm
at
off
about
camera.
8:36 a.m.?
I was.
Were you dispatched to 5531 South Four Peaks Place in Chandler, Maricopa County, Arizona?
Yes.
What were you dispatched for?
A shooting that had just occurred.
Based upon the information that was, well, let me ask you this. When you are arriving to a scene, do you get information relayed to you about this call?
I do.
Why is that?
The call taker is asking the person on the phone what's going on, where it is, who's there, just basic information. And then dispatch relays that information to me as I'm driving to the call for service.
Is that so you have a better idea about what you're walking into?
Yes, it's on a computer, but verbally, the stuff that's really pertinent before I arrive is just verbally done over the air.
So when you were arriving on the scene, did you think this shooting had just occurred?
I did.
When you got to this 5531 South Four Peaks, were there any other officers on scene yet?
Yeah, Officer Wiz was there.
Is that Officer Wiersbe?
Yes, I'm sorry, I apologize.
What were you wearing?
Patrol outfit, basically a patrol uniform, police uniform, body worn camera.
And back then, where was your body worn camera?
At the time, it was a lipstick camera, so part of it was here, but the camera's actually on my right shoulder.
Okay. And was that on and recording as you sort of arrived on scene and while you were present there?
Yeah, I started recording while I was driving there.
Okay. When you arrived, did you know whether or not the 911 caller was still on the phone?
Yeah, she was still on the phone.
And when you are talking with dispatch, did you arrange to have this person come out, or did Officer Wiersbe do that?
Yes, dispatch advised him to come out of the home without anything and hands up in the air. That's kind of standard.
And did he comply with that?
He did.
What exit did he come out of?
At the front door.
Okay. Can you describe sort of his appearance and demeanor as you observed him coming out of the house?
His clothes were clean. He was calm, not emotional at all. Different than what I would have anticipated.
When he first exited, did you notice any injuries to him?
He was holding, it was a white rag at the time. It was just kind of red and white. He was holding on the back of his head.
When he first exited or later?
As he's coming out of the house.
Did you notice any difficulty walking or talking when you first had contact with him?
No,
Any difficulty sitting or standing?
no,
Did you learn the name of this person?
I did.
What was his name?
Alex Cox.
Did you observe him sweating at all when he first came out?
No,
Any type of jitters?
no,
Any uneven or broken voice as he's talking to you?
no,
At some point, did you notice an injury to him?
I did.
And where was it?
On the back of his head, towards his right side.
And what did you see?
I articulated my written report as about an inch laceration, a small like knot, and it was bleeding a little bit.
If we can fix that. Alex Cox patting or rubbing the back of his head with some sort of rag or paper towel.
Yes,
Without going into what was said, did you talk with him?
I did.
Did you offer him medical treatment?
I did.
Did he ask for medical treatment?
He did not.
Was there anything about his talking with you or actions that made you concerned that you thought you should override that?
Yes.
Let me make sure you understood. Was there anything about what you observed with Alex Cox talking or his ability to move that made you think you should override his decision to not get treatment, and you thought, oh, he better get treatment, he's so bad off?
Oh, zero, none.
At some point while you were talking with Alex Cox, did you see a female and a teenager show up at the scene?
I did.
And did you eventually go speak with those two?
I did.
Where did you speak with them?
Just on the other side of the street. They had parked right across from the house.
Did you speak with the adult female?
I did.
Did you ask for a driver's license to identify her?
I did.
And who was that person?
LORIVALLOW.
Do you see Lorivallow in the courtroom today?
I do.
Can you point her out and tell us what she is wearing for the record?
Now she's at the defense table wearing a white shirt underneath looks like a black jacket.
Your Honor, may the record reflect the witnesses identified the defendant.
Shall.
When you went to speak with Lorivallow, did you know that the deceased person in the house was her husband?
I did.
When you went to speak with Lorivallow, did you ask her whether or not the individual inside her husband lived there?
I did not ask her that.
Can you describe for us Lorivallow's demeanor as you were interacting with her?
Calm, nonchalant, just kind of a matter of fact, just talking to me as I'm talking to you now.
When you went to speak with Lorivallow, can you tell us approximately how many police cars were parked around there?
Well, I don't know either myself. I know there was at least mine and Officer Wiz's. There's a fire truck there. I think there was an ambulance there, and I think there may have been another police car. I can't remember, but there was a lot of emergency vehicles just near the home itself.
And was her brother Alex Cox sitting sort of in view of her?
Literally across the street, like the desk of the prosecutor would be her car. This is the street, and I had Alex seated right on the sidewalk.
When she first arrived, did she actually walk up to where you were with Alex Cox?
Yes, she did.
And you asked her to go back to the other side of the street?
I did.
Did she ever ask you how her brother was doing?
No.
Did she ever ask you if her brother needed medical attention from being hit by a bat?
No.
Did she ever ask you why there were so many police cars around the neighborhood?
No.
Did she ask you why there was a fire truck parked in front of her house?
No.
So other than gathering basic information, did you really talk to her about anything else?
No.
And were you wearing that body-worn camera footage or camera when you had contact with her?
I did.
After you talked with Lorivallow, did you go back and stand near Alex Cox again?
Yes.
If I can have my paralegal go up and show him exhibit number 1. Do you recognize exhibit number 1?
I do.
Is that a copy of your body cam footage from July 11th of 2019?
It is.
Is it missing the audio other than during your interaction with LORIVALLOW?
Correct, yes.
And did you initially identify that previously as your body cam?
I did.
State will move to admit exhibit number 1.
Any objection to exhibit number 1? Any
No
objection to
No objection.
exhibit 1's admitted?
And if we could publish it.
Go ahead.
So is this you responding to the scene?
Correct.
And was your camera flipped upside down initially?
Well, the camera wasn't, the orientation of the software was.
So that's why we see the axon and stuff in the bottom corner upside down.
That is correct.
So this was a gated community?
It was.
So they had a nice house, or well, she had a nice house because he didn't live there. I don't understand why people don't just get divorces, why they have to off somebody. But whatever. Whatever's clever.
As you're driving, did you go by the fire truck here?
I did.
And is it standard for fire to stage a little ways away from the scene when it's a shooting?
Yes.
Why is that?
So they can respond quickly.
Do they want you to clear the residence first before they show up?
Yeah, it needs to be safe for the firemen. We had to make sure there's no one else in the house that was armed or in the area.
And as you're arriving, is the person, the shooter, still inside the house?
I can't recollect. I think he was at the door right now or just coming out to the
I
door.
got a headache. Is it supposed to give me a
Why
headache?
did you pull your weapon?
I was just told somebody killed somebody. So yeah, for my safety,
Whoops.
I wanted to make sure I rendered him safe before I put my gun away. It was a threat to me.
So when he came out, he had both his hands up in the air.
Mhm.
So at that point, nothing touching his head yet, no.
Correct.
Now, did you stay out with him while Officer Wierzbicki went inside?
I did.
While you're talking with him during this whole time, at this point, he still hasn't brought anything out to try to place on his injury.
Correct.
When he came out, did he already have those sunglasses on the top of his head?
He did.
Hi,
Why
guy
did you
with
have
the
him
white
move
shirt.
over here?
Are you enjoying your
Physically
time?
couldn't hear him. Fire trucks are incredibly
still
loud,
in
so
there.
I had to move away.
The fire had already pulled up to now go inside the residence.
Correct.
And can you kind of see them in the corner going in?
Yes.
I mean, he's got glasses on the top of his head. He doesn't look too. I don't know. I always thought it was strange looking at him with his glasses on top of his head, saying he got beat by a bat. I'm quite sure if a man that tall and that big
Did you
hit
mark
you with
whose truck that
with
was
a
in the driveway?
bat, you'd be more than just
I don't recollect
got
right
a
now whose
little
truck it is.
tiny
I think it's his, but
incision on the
I'm
back
not
of your
sure.
head. Why do they got this muted? Are they not allowing his statements in, or what? What's the deal? Like, I'm not understanding why it's muted. And why is that thing upside down?
And who is that other officer there?
Usually that
That's
overlay
Officer
is
Wiz,
above.
Wizbeski, sorry. I've been calling him Wiz since I've known him.
Shorter.
So where's his car at?
Were you initially trying to control the scene yourself, sort of helping
I'm
to
so
tell people where to go
confused.
and what to do?
Oh, absolutely. My head's on kind of a swivel. I'm always kind of looking around like people just walk up to you and asking what's going on. And got to make sure no one's going to walk up to the house. So you just try to
You
keep
gotta
it
set a perimeter.
as pristine as you can.
So we see him putting his head now, or his hand on the back of his head, correct?
Yes.
But why with glasses on top
And you
of his head?
indicated there's a fire truck there. You asked him if he wanted any medical attention,
I did.
and he declined it.
He refused.
Well, his life wasn't in danger if he got a little hit. Never mind, let me shut up. How do we know that the kid didn't hit him with the bat? I don't like that we can't hear. Why is this mean? Why is the overlay freaking upside down is what I want to know.
Who are those?
There's Tylee. May she rest in
That's Lori
peace.
Vallow and her
There's
daughter.
Lori.
So when you said across the street, we just saw a red SUV. Is that what you're talking about?
Correct.
But I thought they were going to a pool party. What happened to that?
So at this point, did you know the name of the individual inside the residence?
Yes.
And who was that?
Charles Vallow.
And did you at this point understand who that woman was that walked up?
Yes.
And who did you believe she was?
His wife.
I don't like that it's muted.
Normally when someone is shot and killed, is there a team of detectives and crime scene specialists who will come out to handle the case?
Yes.
And are you, as patrol officer, sort of stuck with taking care of it until they arrive?
Yeah, we deal with the burning, bleeding, and blowing up stuff. Anything that takes time and a lot more in-depth stuff, that's what the detectives do.
Mm-hmm.
And then what do we see here that just came up?
Looks like an ambulance.
You told us that you understood when you were arriving that this shooting had just happened. Do you recall at this point when the 911 call came in?
No, I don't remember specifics on the time. I think at 8:39 I was dispatched to it. I would imagine the call for service came in a minute or two before that.
And approximately, do you recall how long it took you to get to the scene?
Probably 4 or 5 minutes.
We see more people walking up. Are you trying to stop the contamination of the scene by having more people walk in there?
Yes, I told the fireman kind of what was maybe in the house, and Officer Wiz was already in the house. And so we were just trying to control how many firemen went into the house.
So
Well,
when
if it's
you're
a
the
life or
first on
death
scene,
situation,
are you
it shouldn't
trying
matter.
to have the least number of people go in there as possible?
Yes,
Are you trying to not touch anything that's not necessary to be touched?
correct, yes.
Obviously, if fire's going to work on a person, they're going to have to contaminate it somewhat.
Yes.
Is that when we sort of see fire now leaving?
I couldn't, just from recollection, I couldn't answer that.
We see something in Officer Becky's hand. Is that the crime scene tape?
Yes. We do a inner and then an outer perimeter.
I really don't know why it's quiet. I've never seen body cam being showed and it being quiet. They had it all on news before. I don't know why it's quiet now in court. That's weird.
Is it normal for a patrol officer to have to stay with the individual who is the shooter and ensure that no one else is contacting them?
Yes.
So you don't want any of the neighbors walking up to them?
Correct. At this moment, I'm still basically fact finding. I'm just trying to figure out what happened, when it happened, who was involved, kind of thing. And yeah, I try to keep them separate.
At some point, do sergeants and others start arriving on scene?
Yes, that's my Sergeant Nacella.
When you have a scene like this where detectives are going to be called out, do all the different patrol officers provide their information that could be relevant to one person who can then brief the detectives?
Yes, I briefed my supervisor to let him know from my point of view what I know and what I was told. And then at some point, I think he would disseminate that to the detectives.
So is this you kind of telling him at this point what you've learned?
Yes,
And can we also see what the body camera looks like on the shoulder there?
yes, he has the same type.
What made you decide that you needed to go over and talk to LORIVALLOW?
Again, it's fact finding, really. It's who are you? And when I say who, I always like to identify them by their Arizona driver's license, because although my name is Robert, I go by Rob. So I don't want to assume her name is just Lori. It could be something specifically or longer. So I usually ask people for identification.
And that's so you can put that into your report appropriately.
Correct.
So we saw the ambulance leave. That means they didn't transport him.
Correct.
Did you learn that you actually couldn't cordon off this area the way you had initially thought because there was only one way out?
That is correct. We initially, as you can see, cordoned off part of the road so anybody couldn't just drive up to us. We later learned that's the only way that part of the neighborhood could actually exit the neighborhood. So we had to change the tape a little bit.
And then we see fire leave here as well. So now it's just police basically at the scene.
Police and I think crime scene technician.
So is the red car his? I'm so confused.
Are you still the only person responsible for
Why didn't they
making
search
sure that no
his
one is
car?
talking with Alex Cox?
I am.
Is this where you go over to speak with Ms. Vallow?
Yes.
Oh, my goodness.
You could turn up the volume.
Aw, Tylee. Poor girl.
L-O-R-I. What does your middle initial stand for? Noreen. Noreen. N-O. V-A-L-L. What's a phone number for you, Lori? 755? 5452. You live here though, not in Santan. This is your home. Right. Gotcha. Okay.
She's just sitting there like nothing matters. It don't matter.
Gotcha. How long have you guys lived here? How long have you lived here? Like 3 weeks. Oh, geez. Yeah. Okay. That's why the neighbors don't know us. Gotcha. Like, hi, neighbor, sorry. Are you working at all? No. Okay. And you're still about 5'6", 120?
Did you also get biographical information?
I did.
Was that Tylee Ryan?
It was.
Let's stop it now. After you had talked with Alex Cox and LORIVALLOW,
May she rest
did you
in
go
peace.
brief some of the detectives about what you had learned?
I did.
Did you tell the detectives that Lori Vallow did not know that her husband Charles was dead?
I told them that I did not advise her of such.
Okay. Did you believe that she did not know that her husband was dead?
I did.
Why did you believe that?
Well, I was under the understanding that this just happened. She just arrived back on scene, and I did not advise her of what happened in the house.
When you spoke with Alex Cox, did he provide additional information that made you believe that she was not present when the shooting happened?
Yes,
Or
After
was
you
she?
advised the detectives of this, did you then return and remain with Alex Cox and for a significant additional period of
But
time?
why are you
Yes.
showing her statements
Were
and
you
not
eventually
Alex?
asked
I
to
think
transport
Alex's
him
statements.
to the police station?
I was.
Can you describe his demeanor during the transport?
Calm. Didn't ask. We just talked about things not related to this at all. Just a conversation between like me and you, just normal, average tone, calm.
And did you stay with him at the police station until a detective arrived?
Yes,
Did that end your involvement in this case?
it did.
I have no further questions.
All right.
Here we go, Lori.
Cross-examination.
Let's see what you do with this one.
Can you pronounce your last name for me? I don't want to get it wrong.
Krautheim.
Krautheim.
Yes.
Yes? Okay, Officer Krautheim.
At the
correct?
time, yes.
At the time. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it. You mentioned about Alex being calm when he exited the house. Is that correct?
Yes,
And then he's also, you were advised that he had told the 911 operator that he composed himself and then called 911. Is that correct?
I don't remember the compose himself, but I think he did.
But you stated in your report that Alex was very calm throughout the entire time talking with him, correct?
Yes,
And the scene itself, was it chaotic?
No.
no,
Were people running around screaming?
no,
Were people running in and out of the front door?
no.
What does that?
So were the officers calm?
It was just me and another officer.
Were you calm?
Yes,
Was the other officer calm?
he was.
Were the detectives calm?
They were.
What does it
Was the fire
matter?
department calm?
I didn't interact with him very much. I couldn't answer that.
Your friend the Wiz was calm?
Yes, the other officer, yes.
The whiz, really?
So when I arrived at the scene, things were pretty calm.
Is that a question?
Yes.
Oh, yes, you were calm.
No, I'm saying when I arrived at the scene itself was calm environment.
What does
It
it
was.
matter?
Okay. So if I would have been hysterical, that would have been more out of character than if I was calm when everybody else was being calm.
Whoa, that's the whoa. I knew she was gonna play off the handle. Let's go.
Not correct?
Speculation.
Sustain.
So you said that Alex was calm and was holding a towel in his right hand and holding it up to the back of his head. Is that correct?
He did.
And you said, oh, sorry, it's in my other note. Just now that his head had a 1-inch laceration. Is that correct?
Yes,
That's like a cut down his head. 1
It
inch?
is.
Okay. And you said a small knot. Is
I did.
that correct? Okay. And so and that it was bleeding a little. Is that correct?
Yes,
Okay. And so a small knot is what you declared it, but would you not call it a goose egg?
tomato, tomato.
Okay. Did Alex ask for medical treatment?
He did not.
How many times did you ask him if he needed medical treatment?
I think 3 times.
Okay. And there was EMS right there next to you?
Yes,
So an
Good.
EMS
Hey,
person could have just come over and checked the back of his head pretty easily, yeah?
yes,
Yes. But no one asked anybody to do that. Correct?
correct.
Okay. And he didn't seem disoriented to you at all?
No,
So you didn't think he needed any kind of medical attention
gotta pick up those bottles.
at the time?
no,
And he didn't ask for any at the time?
correct. He did not.
And you didn't supply any at the time?
Correct.
Okay. But EMT was right there next to you?
Yes.
Okay. That's another thing that you said, calm and nonchalant. Is that correct? You
Yes.
stated that Alex was nonchalant. What is your definition of nonchalant?
Kind of like how I am now. I don't have a lot of emotion. I'm not afraid. Just nonchalant.
Is that your typical demeanor?
I guess it depends on the situation and the circumstance.
I mean, this can be a stressful situation, right? So it's your demeanor right now.
It is.
Testifying in court can be a stressful situation.
I guess it can be.
So if that was Alex's normal demeanor, then it wouldn't be out of the ordinary for him to be nonchalant.
Objection, speculation.
I'll allow it. I'll allow the answer. He doesn't know the demeanor, but you can answer.
Can you ask the question again?
Yeah, so if Alex's normal demeanor was like your normal demeanor, and even in a stressful situation, if he was nonchalant, it wouldn't be out of the ordinary for him to be nonchalant again, because that's his normal demeanor. Correct?
Objection to compound question.
I'll sustain that objection.
You
Break it
mentioned that
down,
I
Lori.
had parked across the street. Is that correct?
Yes.
Why did I have to park across the street?
I don't know.
So we saw on the body cam, right, that there was a huge fire truck, correct?
You're asking the questions
There was police
that don't
cars,
need to be
correct?
asked.
Yes.
There was a CSI van, correct?
She was parked somewhere. I don't know where.
Next to the house, kind of, I guess, south of the house. So there was nowhere to park except for across the street. Is that correct?
No,
That's not correct?
that is not correct.
Where else could I have parked?
Well, the street's long. You could have parked anywhere along the street. You could have parked on the other street. That's where I parked. Or you could park on the other side of the street, south
Right.
of the home, where there was plenty of parking. So there was other options to park.
But I
What
parked
was
as
the
close as
map?
I could to the scene so that I could come talk to you.
Objection,
Is that correct?
Speculation, testifying.
Sustain.
So we can agree that there were lots of police vehicles blocking the house. Is that correct?
Emergency vehicles.
Correct.
Yes.
Stop it, Kitty.
Yes, emergency, police, fire, CSI, all were there, correct?
Yes.
Okay. But even though all of those things were there, the scene was not chaotic. Is that correct?
Correct.
It was a very calm scene that day.
Objection asked and answered.
Sustain.
Do you know how hot it was that day?
No, but it was hot.
It was hot.
What does it matter? You're asking dumb questions. Give up, Lori.
Oh, that's what I was going to ask you. What
Concede.
was the extent of your duties that day? I know that you had arrived on the scene. You said dispatched was about 8:39 a.m. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then it took you about 4 to 5 minutes to arrive.
Yes.
And then you were the first on the scene.
No,
No.
Speak it.
Who was the first on the scene? Do you know?
Whiz.
Wiz was.
Oh, that's correct. And then who arrived? How long after he arrived did you arrive? Do you know?
Oh, I was like seconds,
Okay.
maybe 10, 15
Okay,
seconds.
I'm still here. I gotta go smoke though.
And then you were right
Or is
there
he-
when Alex came out of the house,
I was.
and you were with him basically that whole time till he
Yes.
got into the police car?
Yes.
Oh my lord, he was
And then
there
did you drive
the
him
whole
to the
time
station?
until the detectives got there.
So you were in the car with him the whole time?
Yes.
So you really never didn't have eyes on Alex from the time he came out of the house till the time he got to the police station?
Correct.
Okay. And did you have a conversation on the way to the police station?
I did.
You did. And that's the second body cam we didn't watch, is that correct? That has your name on it?
Yeah, there's another body worn camera we haven't seen.
Right, from the police car, I'm saying.
Yes, me driving.
You driving, but it comes from the car, not from the shoulder body cam, is that correct?
No, it comes from my body
Oh, it was
worn
still
camera.
on your shoulder?
Yes.
Okay. And in that, did you have a conversation with Alex on the way to the police station?
Yes.
Objection asked and answered.
And did he
Hold on.
express,
Hold on. When
Sorry.
there's an objection.
I'm sorry,
Wait for the ruling. I'll sustain the objection, but the answer will stand nonetheless. Go ahead. Next question.
did he express to you that he kind of felt out of it because he hit?
Hearsay?
Sustain.
When did you make your report about the incident on July 11th, 2019?
I think what was the end of my workday that day, but I stopped and started it numerous times throughout the day.
So did you finish it that day or it still took a few days?
No, I finished at the end of my shift,
By the end of your shift, which was what time that day?
4 o'clock.
Okay. And did you make any revisions to that later on?
No,
So this is the only report that you made in regards to the day of July 11th, 2019?
it is.
You stated that there was red liquid on the rag towel that appeared to be blood. Did you think it was something other than blood?
Well, I had no way to test it, so I have to articulate it that way.
So he was bleeding from the back of the head
He was.
on the right-hand side.
Yes.
Is that correct? Okay. And then was it you on the body cam who briefed the detectives, Detective Moffett and Detective Inklin in the front yard?
Yes, I made contact with him. Yes.
And then you had told them basically what Alex had conveyed to you, what happened?
Yes.
And then what do they do with that information? Do they just put it into a report?
I don't know. You'll have to ask them.
Okay. So your report goes to who after you're finished with it?
I sent it to my supervisor.
And who was that at the time? Do you remember?
That was Bill Nacella.
Oh, the same one.
Sergeant,
Okay.
yes.
Okay. And then did you speak to the case agent on this case regarding this incident on July 11th?
I did at the time. That's when I walked up to them at the front door area.
Okay. And was Detective Moffett the case agent at that time?
Yes.
Okay. And now it's Detective Duncan, as far as you know?
As far as I know, I don't know for sure, but that's what I've been told.
Okay. And how long do you think that you were at the residence? What was the whole time before you guys left to go to the police station? Do you remember? Do you recall?
No, I do not. It would be in my CAD history on when I transported him from the home to the PD. So I'd have to look at that, and I don't know. 40 minutes, half hour, 40 minutes, something like that.
Now, someone on the video, and I don't remember who it was, but put a phone into a evidence bag. Was that you?
I don't recollect that.
Okay. And then got into the car. Did someone ride with you to the police station from the residence? Just you and Alex were in the car?
Yes,
No other officers?
correct.
But before you got into the car, an officer came over and took his phone and put it in an evidence bag?
You're asking me for recollection. I don't remember that. It's probable because we usually try to bring their property to the area where we're going to. So it's probable.
I just didn't see it in your report, but I saw it on the body cam, so I wondered if you knew. Okay.
I'm going to object to the defendant testifying.
All right. Please only ask questions.
Sure.
When you make statements about what you saw or heard, that's testimony.
I apologize, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
So it says in your report that you were asked by Detective Moffett to transport Alex to the police station, not handcuffed. Is that correct?
Yes,
And to the downstairs interview room. I'm assuming that's at Chandler Police Department,
it is.
correct? Okay. And it was just the two of you in the car on the ride there?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Then when you arrived at the police station, what happened next?
Walked him up to the room, had him sit down, or I think brought him some water, I think. And the detective was literally behind me. It wasn't very long before he walked into the room.
So then Detective Moffett took over and you were excused?
Yes,
Okay. And then was that the extent of your duty
it was.
at that time? And did you leave the police station after that?
Yes.
Did you stay and observe the interview?
No.
So Detective Moffett took over for you and you departed?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. You said when you spoke to Alex that he was cooperative. Is that correct?
Yes.
Is it possible he could have been in shock?
Objection, speculation.
Sustain.
From your observation, how long did the cut on Alex's head bleed? I mean, you were with him for that 40 minutes, and how long do you think it was bleeding?
Well, I couldn't answer that because I wasn't standing in the back of his head when I first made contact with him. So to be honest with you, I don't know when it started. So I don't have the minutes.
Did it appear to be bleeding when he exited the house or no?
I didn't look at the back of his head right away when he exited the house.
When was the first time that you looked at it? About how long after he exited?
I can't answer time-wise, but it was during the time I had him seated at the sidewalk when I was talking to him.
Okay. Before he moved over or after?
Oh, after he moved over.
Okay. Did you ever enter into the house?
No.
You were just there in the front yard
Yes.
the whole time? Okay. When you talked to the two detectives in the front yard, and gave them your synopsis of what had happened. You said they got into a domestic fight consisted,
Objection.
sorry,
I'm going to sustain the objection.
what was the legal objection?
Hearsay.
Hearsay.
Oh, I was just reading his report. Okay.
Then objection, no question.
Please ask your next question.
You said in your report that at one point Alex's niece grabbed the bat.
Objection,
Hold on.
hearsay,
That's
improper
hearsay.
question.
Okay, you can't ask hearsay. Please ask your next question.
Come on, Lori. You're supposed to have your questions ready. Like you're supposed to be thinking on your feet.
Did Alex tell you that he got hit in the head with the bat?
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay, prior ruling.
Yeah, it's sustained. You can't ask questions.
You
of what
can't
Alex
ask
said.
questions what Alex said, Lori. He's not here to testify.
So you observed that he had this bump on his head, but you didn't know how he got it. Is that correct?
No. That's not correct.
You did know how he got it. Is that correct?
I was told how he got it, which is different than me knowing how he got it, if that makes any sense.
Correct. You did not witness it, is what you're saying.
Nope.
Correct.
But you knew that he had an injury
That's
to
the
the
way
back
it
of his
was
head on
intended.
the right side.
That nobody witnessed.
I did.
Correct. Okay.
Stop it.
And how did you obtain that information?
Your Honor,
You can't answer if it calls for hearsay.
Lori, stop. You can't ask anything that Alex said. He's not here to testify. His life was ended quickly. If you don't stop, Kitty, I swear.
Did you observe the next door neighbor come out in her nightgown to speak to me?
I did.
And then there was another neighbor on the other side that came out that you told him to go back into his house? Is that
I don't know if he was a
correct?
neighbor, but it was just some guy. Yeah, I assumed he was a neighbor.
Right.
No.
So they had blocked off the street so the neighbors couldn't really exit the neighborhood. They couldn't go to school or work, or it's kind of an issue there.
Not really. I
long.
mean, when one car told us the layout of the neighborhood, then we realized that was the only person that wanted to exit. They told us they couldn't exit, so we just fixed it so anyone else could leave.
Right. But they were trying to come up to me to find out what was happening.
objection,
Okay.
speculation, hearsay.
I'll sustain the objection. Let's take our afternoon break for the staff and the jurors. We're going to take a 15-minute stretch restroom break. Please remember the admonition.
All rise for the jury.
Wow. She's she's kind of lost at one time. But
15.
Really, like, her only problem is she doesn't know who to ask what. She doesn't have her officer straight, and she keeps on trying to get Alex's statements in. Obviously that's why it was muted, because it's hearsay. He's not here to testify. Such as that. This only it should have nothing to do with Alex. Like, yes, that's what happened, but at the same time, like, they are just the first responders type deal. So, I mean, she's not doing too bad, but she doesn't have her questions in order. Like, most people, they go through reports, prior testimonies, maybe body cam footage, interviews, stuff like that to get their questions. And yeah, so it's kind of weird to me. But they're on a 15-minute break, so when they come back, it is now 4 o'clock there. They are probably done for the day. Or they're getting close to getting done for the day. Another hour. I don't know why she's taking so long with this witness. She didn't take that long with the first witness. He was the one first on scene. He's the one that seen Charles Vallow's body. Probably was the first to see dude's freaking back of his. It just seems mighty odd to me that he still had glasses on his head. Like, if you get hit with the damn bat, you're not gonna, your head's not, I don't know. It is kind of strange to see glasses on somebody's head after supposedly they've been hit and you know, shot somebody in self-defense. I just, and I don't know where she's going with this questioning. I really don't. A lot of it's irrelevant. I don't think it's very relevant, but they're letting her do what she does, whatever. Shout out to them, because I know I the hell can't. And then tonight I'll be back with more Karen Reed rewatch, because I'm on the grind. I'm definitely on the grind. I will be monetized. I will. I'm getting there. I will get my watch hours one way or another. One way or another. No, I may cover this Stephen Stearns or Steven Stearns, whatever the freak his name is. The Madeline Soto case. His child, C. Sam trial is coming up, where he victimized that poor young girl, and then his murder trial for the death of her will come later. But I thought this was going to be more juicy. Lori really ain't giving it to me. I thought she was going to fly off the handle. She was starting to get there. I'm just waiting for her to say, "You was lying on me." But she's actually doing a good job. I'm pretty shocked that how she's handling this. I mean, how she's doing this. She's not letting the objections frustrate her. Yeah. Like, she can't even ask suggestions about Tylee, because that's hearsay too, because she's not here to say anything. You know? Which is sad. Rest her soul, because not even 18 years old and lost her life. But they say that she did self-harm. That's what Lori says, is that she hurt JJ and then took her own life. But that's Lori's thing. I don't know. I don't know what I believe. But conspiracy is a hard sell for me. Like, I really got to see something. Like, show me in the text messages where they were plotting. You know what I mean? Where he said, "Okay, yes, I will. I will do it." And you don't have to, like, That's the thing with conspiracies. Like if you talk about it to somebody and then but there's no agreement, but still, like, you know, that's what the conversation is kind of alluding to. Like, there are no coincidences. You know what I mean? I just hope they finish soon because I want to at least lay down for a minute before I have to restream again. What did I get myself into? But I didn't know it was going to be like this. Like, half an hour later and all this other dumb stuff. And then there's a freaking 30-minute delay and all that great stuff. Like, if there's a 30-minute delay, like, it should take 30 minutes off off the lunch hour, man. So you could come back, you know, so they could start at half an hour early from the lunch break. But whatever. Hey, West Sider Rider, I'm going crazy. I thought this was going to be juicy. It's not that juicy. The other trial's juicier. But what's up? Are you done working? Are you still working? Are you driving? What are you doing? Are you smoking? If you're smoking, you better be smoking for me, mofo. Mofo. You still haven't put it in my hand. Oh, well, maybe. I mean, this is only the first day. She's got a while to go, so it may get juicy. It may get juicy, but when Karen Reed starts, she's gonna go at the nighttime hour. That way I could zip through all this crap because, whoa. Oh, well, you didn't pay me. Just kidding. Paying bills. Ain't that... I already did that. I already paid bills. My bills are over with. Until next month. And then I got more bills. And streaming is not cheap. Like, wow. They expect you to have all this money. They want you to have $50 for this. If you use different platforms and certain things you want to go live on, you have to pay a certain amount of money. It's like, okay, I feel like a hooker. I'm selling myself for them to get rich. Smart mofos. Can't tell me they weren't pimps in their earlier days. Oh, shit. My back is hurting. I really need to, like, get a chair. 1 year, I will get a chair. I will be monetized and get a chair. So that way I'm not sitting where I have to sit. Like in my kitchen, there's no room to sit. Like I don't have any chairs in there because there's no, I don't have a dining room or anything. Like my dining room and living room are connected, and yeah, I don't have one of those. Which is actually my bedroom, but hey. I have goals. I'm manifesting that soon I won't have to be here. I'll have my own. I'll have to pay a different bill, not rent. Trying to get there. I'll get there. I will get monetized. So if you haven't liked, shared, or subscribed, what are you waiting for? What are you waiting for? And cameraman, quit zooming in and out and playing with my emotions. I really don't appreciate it. Like, that's how I would work it. I would work it so that you take a half an hour off the lunch hour, and then, oh, are we back? Are we fucking back? What the fuck are you doing, camera dude? Are you bored or what? What are you doing? The cameraman must be bored. He definitely must be bored. 2 more minutes and then they come back. Oh God, my back is killing me. Somebody, please give me a back massage. La, 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 la. Oh, we're back in business. Here we go. Here we go, Joe. That was quick. Oh, we're back at the sign again. God, did they even leave? Just kidding. Whoa. Great Seal of the State of Arizona. Detadus. 1912. 1952. Columbus sailed the ocean blue. Oh, that's no, that's, I don't know that thing. I'm going crazy. Don't mind me. At least I'm not going as crazy as LORIVALLOW did. I still don't understand this cult shit, but hey, I'm going to start my own cult. So put your eyes on me. That's what it's going to be. Oh, wackadoodle Lori, she's on trial. I hear noises in the courtroom. Nice for the jury. Oh, I'm already here. You know, it's hard to freaking follow Lori. Like, I don't know where she's going with this questioning. I really don't. Like, you're supposed to be poking holes in the investigation. Like, oh, well, why didn't you do this? You didn't do that. Blah, 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 blah. Like, you having to park across the street had nothing to do with anything. Lori. Why didn't you take pictures of his head? Why didn't you do this? Why didn't you do that? Blah, 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 blah. You know, stuff that goes with the investigation. I mean, you're sitting there worried about why they weren't doing CPR on your husband. Well, why'd your brother shoot your husband? Let's talk about that. All for a little knot on his head? That's not life-threatening. I could understand if, like, he got really, knocked senseless or whatever. But dude wasn't walking senseless. Oh, I gotta put my foot up. Oh, I gotta put my foot up. Okay. There we go. Oh, Jesus. I'm all over the place. Ah! Let me undo you. Undo you. Undo sesame. Oh, my leg hurts. I gotta just put it straight for a minute. Dooby dooby doo 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 doo. Let's go, Lori. Let's go, Lori. Are you almost done? Please say yes. Cause you're driving me crazy with these dumbass questions. Hopefully you got some counsel because, I mean, girl, you know, I would say I was going pro se and then hurried up and had my other counsel that's right there fucking just take over. I'm quite sure they worked on the case with you. Quite sure they know what's going on. I mean, that's what they're there for. They can't give you legal advice until you give it up. Or maybe it works different in Arizona. I don't know.
Just a couple more things.
Oh, please.
You mentioned that you briefed the detectives. Is that correct?
Oh my God,
Yes.
that's what he said.
What did you tell them in that briefing?
Objection,
Hearsay.
hearsay.
Sustained.
Are his statements hearsay as well, Your Honor?
Any out of court statement is hearsay unless there's an exception or it's non-hearsay under the rules. So yes, his out of court statements are hearsay. Go ahead.
Come on, I'm not even a lawyer, and I knew that. You can't ask what he said to anybody, and you can't ask who said what to him.
But you did brief the detectives before you headed to the police
Yes,
station?
he said
Is that
yes.
correct?
I did.
And who was there? Do you remember?
Nate Moffett, Cassie, I think my
Is that
sergeant.
Detective Inklin? I'm sorry. I don't want to interrupt you.
No.
Oh,
And just off recollection, I think there was another one, but off of recollection, I don't remember.
and that was about how long before you left to go to the police station?
$10 minutes, maybe?
And how long do you think you were speaking
Come
with
on,
them?
girl. What does it matter?
Under a minute.
Under a minute
Yes.
It wasn't a complicated scene.
for the briefing?
Yeah, it wasn't
Yes.
a complicated scene. Look at the judge. I feel you, Judge. I feel you. Lord have mercy. Why do people do pro se? I get totally, I'm with you. I'm totally with you, Judge. Totally with you, dude. Come on, Lori. You're supposed to have this shit together.
Did you meet with the prosecutor to go over your testimony today?
I did.
When was that?
Did
2
you
weeks
take
ago,
notes?
maybe?
How long did that meeting last?
Oh, wow. We're actually asking legal
Probably,
questions? That's surprising.
probably around an hour total.
Did you review this report before you came to testify today as
Oh,
well?
my God.
I did.
See, now those are legit questions, Lori. Let's go. Did you review his report before his testimony today?
It was not part of your duty to check anything in the perimeter. You weren't looking for evidence. You were just dealing with the shooter. Is that correct?
Well, not just the shooter, but scene management, making sure the resources were en route. But yes, managed.
What all does that entail, scene management?
Well, once we knew there was not a threat out, I instructed Officer Wiz to set up an inner and outer perimeter with crime scene tape.
What else?
Make sure I had a supervisor en route. And then manage the people that walked up to the scene.
Who was that supervisor en route? Do you know?
Bill Nacella, my sergeant.
How many people do you think came up to you at that scene?
Well, not up to me, but I instructed one gentleman that was walking on the sidewalk towards us. He needed to just leave the area. This didn't concern him. And then you and your daughter walked up to me and I just asked you to go back to your car.
May her daughter rest in peace. And Charles Vallow. May they both rest.
Did you have any conversations with your supervisor when he arrived?
I did.
When was that?
At some point between me arriving on scene and me leaving the scene.
Closer to arriving or closer to leaving? Maybe.
Chocolate milkshake says about halftime.
Okay. How long do you think that conversation was?
Well, you saw it on the body worn camera, so a minute and a half maybe.
And he was just checking in with you to make sure everything was going well, that you were scene managing. Is that correct?
Objection, relevance. And hearsay.
Well, overruled, he can answer.
I was briefing him on what I knew thus far, what I was told.
And that was less than a minute?
Yeah.
Objection, asked and answered.
Sustained.
So it took less than a minute to brief him on everything that had happened that day so far?
Objection, asked and answered.
Yeah, you keep going over the same shit, Lori.
And it took less than a minute to brief the detectives as well of what happened that day?
An objection, asked and answered.
I'll allow that one. Go ahead.
Not what happened, what my portion was and what I knew happened.
So what you wrote in your report, basically, what you were told. Is that correct?
Yes.
So it took you 3 pages to write what you were told, but it took you less than a minute to discuss that with the detectives. Is that correct?
Yes.
Somebody help me. I'm going crazy. Okay, cool, Lori.
How long was that transport from the residence to the Chandler Police Department?
Oh, that
In,
felt so good.
in miles,
my
probably 8 miles, 10 miles maybe.
How long do you think that took around?
10 to 15 minutes maybe.
Judge, do you feel my pain? This is horrible. Like, why are you taking so long with this
And
witness?
then where did you
Lori, he's a first responder. Get.
enter into the police station? Is there a garage or something?
Oh my God! What
I
is
don't
the
recollect where I parked. There's
matter?
various areas you can
Oh my
park at the
God,
police department
girl,
to access
please.
the area that I access. So
Somebody help me.
I'm unable to answer. I don't know where I parked.
Okay, and you were able to walk
What
Alex
does
into
it
the police
fucking
station, is that
matter?
correct?
Yes.
And he was unhandcuffed, is that correct?
What does it
Correct.
matter, Lori?
And then you took him into an interrogation room, is that correct?
Yes.
And then Detective Moffett took over.
Yes.
Just wanted to be clear.
He's
Okay.
crazy. You're not a make I say.
Did your supervisor, Nacella, did he come to the police station as well?
Not with me, nor did I talk to him. He might have, but I don't know.
You didn't see him there?
Correct.
Okay. But you saw Detective Moffat there?
Yes.
And you saw
Oh my
Detective
God.
Inkland there?
I
He
don't
told you.
remember
Fudge was there.
Inkland. I just remember Moffat relieved me.
Oh my
Okay.
gosh. Please don't take forever on recross. Redirect. Please don't take forever. State.
That's all I have,
swear.
Your Honor.
Oh wow, you're
Redirect.
finished. Thank you,
Thank
Jesus
you.
Almighty, Georgia. That was rough. That was rough.
The beginning of cross-examination, you were asked about Alex Cox's demeanor. Do you recall that?
I do.
And you had advised that he was nonchalant and calm, right?
Yes.
And you were asked whether or not you were nonchalant and calm too, correct?
Can you move, Doug?
Yes.
Had you just shot someone?
No.
You were asked if the firefighters were calm and nonchalant. Had they just shot someone?
No.
As far as I know, no.
Let's
How about
go.
Officer
I mean,
Wiz? You said
let's
he was
go.
nonchalant and calm too. Had he just shot anyone?
Nope.
No.
So it's not really exactly the same to compare you to the shooter, right?
Nope.
Correct. I would not compare us.
When you went up to the scene, you had your gun drawn on him, correct?
Yes.
Still nonchalant and calm?
Yes.
You were asked a lot also about your nonchalant and calm appearance today in court. Are you stressed or just answering questions to the best of your knowledge?
The latter, just answering questions to the best of my knowledge.
You had to testify before?
I have.
You were asked about the injury to Alex Cox. We have seen the body-worn camera footage and we cut it off at some point. When Mr. Cox first came out of the house, he did not have his hand to his head, correct?
Correct.
You told us you didn't notice an injury at that point.
Correct.
When he first sat down on the curb before you moved him, did you notice an injury at that point?
I did not.
Was he touching his head at that point?
Recollection, I don't remember.
At some point in the video that we watched, did we see Alex Cox touch his head?
Yes.
When you were watching him, did you at times see him rubbing his head?
Yes.
He wasn't
The
gushing blood.
Towel or paper towel or whatever that was in his hand, was that the only item you ever saw him using to rub or touch his head?
Yes.
Was it soaked or saturated in blood?
Nope.
No.
Can we see it on the body cam that it's mostly white?
Yes.
He got a little scratchy poo. Not a
So if we want to
life-threatening
really know how
injury.
long it was that he was seated before he touched his
Probably
head,
bumped his head.
we could watch the time on the body
And then
cam,
just
right?
picked the scab open.
Yes.
So he started bleeding.
You were asked if you met with the prosecutor previously. When we met, did you have to watch that entire body cam?
Yes.
And is that when you actually initialed it, exhibit number 1 there, so that you would recognize it in court?
Yes.
You were asked about when you arrived and when you later transported Alex Cox to the precinct. Would looking at the CAD report help refresh your recollection as to when you had at least taken him to the precinct?
Yes.
If I could have my paralegal bring up the CAD report.
Go ahead.
Why didn't you do the CAD report before? I mean, because you knew that she was going to bring up times and shit.
Does that help refresh your recollection as to when you arrived back at the precinct with Alex Cox?
It does.
And when was that?
9:18 and 19 seconds.
And so the 911 call was at 8:36 a.m.?
That's when I received it. It could have come into the dispatch a few minutes earlier.
And you said you arrived, and we saw you on the body cam right after Officer Where's Biggie, who got
Did
here
they
around,
knock
or got
you
there
down
around
from-
8:41?
Yes.
So you were with Alex Cox at the scene and talking to LORIVALLOW and her daughter and doing those briefings in that 20, 30 minutes?
Yes.
No other questions, Your Honor.
All right, I see at least one juror question in a bin. If there are any juror questions, please pass them down at this time.
Are they on your bed somewhere? Turn on the light so you can actually see. What are we beeping for? What's going on? Oh, they're doing a sidebar. My bad. Do, 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 do. They're probably talking about scheduling. Oh, and that, I don't know what's going on.
Go ahead, the state has a follow-up question.
Just one question, and I don't know
And
if the CAD will help you answer that. Do you know when you were finished with this call? What time it was when you were finished or released from this call and able to go back out?
It was probably 5 minutes after, maybe 10, probably 10 minutes. I probably used the restroom, to be honest with you, and got something to drink at the station, water. So maybe 10 or 15 minutes after the detective came in the room is when I hit the 10-8 button and I went and took other calls for service.
Okay, so you were done with this call before the end of your shift?
Oh, yes.
Okay, you didn't go back to the scene
You don't know
to
where they are?
help with scene security or anything like that?
No.
No other questions?
Are they on top
Did
of
the
your
defendant have
bed?
any follow-up?
No, we're fine, Your Honor.
All right, this witness can step down. You want to hand me that?
See, this is why your mother take hold of.
You can call your next witness.
You don't trust me.
No,
What?
it's when I take what I'm supposed to take. Where the hell?
Well, you forget where the heck they are.
Put them somewhere. It's not me forgetting, it's me misplacing.
I at least know where I put them.
No, you missed yourself. In fact,
But not medication. So don't start. And I'm on live. Please shush. I what? No, I wasn't. No, I wasn't. Quit projecting. Quit projecting. Quit projecting.
Podium here and be sworn in.
I'm trying to think for you, but I don't know where they would be. What about the bathroom?
All right, you're gonna come up this little ramp, have a seat right here.
Sir, would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Scott Cowden,
And where do you work?
Chandler Fire Department,
How long have you worked there?
almost 26 years.
Oh, so no.
And talk to you a little bit about what firefighters do. Do you just respond to fires, or are you also responsible for something else?
And you looked on your bed? Then
No, the majority of our job is going to be EMS medical calls.
What kind of training do you have to work as a firefighter and deal with medical calls? Hear anything when you are giving someone as both a EMT or a paramedic, are you trained to perform CPR?
Yes,
And can you tell us, have you ever been a CPR instructor yourself?
yes, I was a CPR instructor for probably over 12 years.
Was that for other firefighters?
I was certified through American Heart Association, a contract employee with Dignity Health. They have a variety of different classes that could be for just the lay rescuer, lay person that wants to know how to do CPR. They have classes that might be for certain businesses that want their employees. And then there's healthcare provider classes that it could be firefighters, nurses that are attending to be recertified.
Can you tell us what CPR is?
It stands for cardiopulmonary resuscitation. So you're kind of acting as the heart. The heart has stopped beating, so no blood is flowing through the body. You're doing chest compressions on the chest, and you're pumping and pushing that blood to the body.
cool.
When would you give CPR to a person?
If they don't have a pulse.
If they don't have a
You
pulse,
confirm
are
that
breathing
just by
on their
checking for a
own.
pulse, and you don't feel that, the heart isn't beating, and you would need to start chest compressions.
Or they're not breathing.
What is the point of that, of doing those chest compressions? You said moving the blood through the body. Why?
You're trying to, give them a chance, increase their chance of survival. I don't
Stimulating
know
their
what
heart.
maybe the latest numbers and statistics might say, but in the past I've seen it say that if somebody's starts CPR within the first few minutes, it can double or triple their chances of surviving.
Bullshit. Oh,
When
sorry.
you are
I only
called
said
to
that
a
'cause of my
scene,
dad.
are you guys being given updates by the 911 operator to your dispatch so you know what to
I
expect?
was given CPR right
Yeah,
away.
so you get dispatched and you already have an idea of the type of call, and then en route, we call it PTI, and that will come across the computer screen. And so now you have more information of what you're kind of walking into, so you can kind of game plan it a little bit more.
If somebody calls 911 and doesn't know how to do CPR, what happens?
My understanding is that 911 would talk them through that and give them instructions of what to do.
Okay. When you are giving CPR, you talked about chest compressions. Can you talk to us about, is there any physical identification that you might observe on a person who has had CPR chest compressions
That I might see.
after a person has been given chest compressions?
Yes. So you need to perform it in the right location. So it's the lower half of the sternum or breastbone. To kind of find that, it's more helpful if you can see the skin, maybe lift up the shirt. So that's typically something we're going to want to do. If CPR has been done and it's been done effectively enough, you can see almost like a depression or an impression that is left there on the skin, because you need to do it forceful enough and deep enough that you're actually compressing the heart to push the blood.
So you said you might see a depression. Does that not just pop right back out when you stop?
No, you'll still see it. You'll see it like if you stop CPR during the call for whatever reason.
No, I
that
was
might be
talking about the
appropriate,
feed.
and then you go back to resuming
Because
CPR.
mine's connected to the wall.
You'll see where your hands were. That area can be vulnerable to
I was talking about the feed for
breaking.
my stream.
Ribs can break during CPR, so there's typically depression in the chest.
Do you ever actually hear anything when you are giving someone chest compressions?
Gurgling.
I for sure feel it. I don't know if it's audible enough to hear it, especially with maybe the rest of the commotion that's going on, but you definitely feel that crunch or that crack. I kind of compare it to like if you're cracking your knuckles in your hands or something, your fingers. It kind of feels like something like that, but more extreme, I guess.
And this is something that you have felt multiple times in doing CPR?
Yes, and teaching CPR, you want to forewarn people of that too, that to kind of expect that and not necessarily kind of be alarmed. You don't want them to think they've caused more harm necessarily.
Rather have them have
Crack or crunch
broken
occur
ribs
each
and
time you
dead.
restart CPR in the same patient?
No, it's typically just the first couple of times.
Have you previously performed CPR on a person who was shot?
I'm sure I probably have.
It depends on where the wound is. Okay. See, the feed went out. I don't know what's going on. I don't know. They're not back. Let's see. Are you back yet? Yeah, they're not back. So I'm gonna end it. I figure, well, we could start this testimony tomorrow, or if it's not there, then it's not there. I will be back in 2 hours to finish the Karen Reed Day 18 with Brian Higgins and some of the crime scene texts that that and the doctors and stuff. So I will be back. It's going to be a short stream tonight. I will probably be streaming regular tomorrow, like regular screen. Not this short little screeny thing. So but yeah, I appreciate everybody that came through, hit the like, shared, subscribed, all that, because it means the world to me. And like I end every stream, let the ones you love and care about know that you love and care about them, because tomorrow's not promised. And beware of your surroundings, because you never know what another person will do. Look at Lori. All right. Everybody stay blessed. Have a good day. And I'll see you in about an hour or 2 hours. Bye.
Turn me up, AV.
Put your eyes on me, yeah, like the spotlight. Recognize me showing love, then got my grind right. Ain't never since day one the love been on side. And since you got my back, I got your back for life. Yeah, pretty honesty. Know just what it is, I got it on me. And you hold me down, you like my homie. Just know I got you, dog, just what it gon' be. Definition of bestie, definition of friendship, definition of rider, definition relentless. She's a strong woman, she's a sweet lady, she's a great mother, let your pain get achy. Yeah, I made that girl on YouTube, she never dims my light or put me in her dark mood. And I thank you, you appreciate it. You're my favorite girl on YouTube, and I can't fake it. You still got faith in me, make me feel like big. DJ Khaled voice, pretty hot. Who still got faith in me, make me feel like big. DJ Khaled voice, pretty hot. Yeah. Met Lil Shawty on this show called BDP, you know what I'm talking about? Shit. We been cool ever since, my nigga, you know what I'm talking about? Put your eyes on me, yeah, like the spotlight. Recognize me showing love, then got my grind right. Ain't never since day one the love been on side. And since you got my back, I got your back for life.